Do they even have small? That's all medium. Medium, 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 medium. All the different gates. Okay. Rosegood, what's up, dude? How you doing this morning? Just started to check my channel about Steam VR settings and Boom Live. I have not ever used Boom Live, sadly. Is Fauna on still causing stutters? I am running Sim Update 2. So on Sim Update 2, no. And at least on Ultra, the amount of animals is at least quadruple. Like I think the other day I came up to a field and there was like a mixture of like 50 cattle, sheep, and horses sitting there. Like it was really dense and no stutters. The stutter issue on the live version is if you're using any video driver newer than 533, I forgot any of the last numbers. If you're using anything newer than that, it causes stutters. If you go back to the 533 point whatever, the stutters go away. But again, that'll be fixed on Sim Update 2, so that'll be nice. Let me do a quick function check because I just started here. Reposition windows. Reposition windows. Using voice attack to move things around. Test. Make sure that gets written to both Twitch and YouTube, and it does. Sweet. So we are taking off from Frankfurt in Germany. That's cool. All right. Function check. Back, forward, left, right. Right pedal, left pedal, up, down. Flight. Okay, awesome. I should probably, at some point... Should probably set a keybind for that. Hold on one moment. Let's actually do that real fast. So let's do... Which one is it? I think it is this one. I'm going to set a different switch to apply and release the rotor brake. Oh, if it lets me type. Helps if I can spell. That's E-R. Han, no, Han. Oh my god, I can't spell rotor to... R-O-T-O-R. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, why did I get... I used every other letter except for O. Alright, here we go. So let's see. Rotor brake on will be up. Rotor brake off will be down. So that will be... Okay, cool. So now I can use the switch to do that. Okay. And close. Alright. Rotor brake off. Need to get... I swear, like, every day this thing is tweaked a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Alright, so bear with me as I get other things set up here. First thing I need to do is take my current route that I have on the little nav map and export that. Good. And then that lets me go in here. Load plan file from PC. Documents. And load. Okay, sweet. And then that, send to avionics. Nice. Okay. There's that. Next, we're going to set up the aircraft. Center of gravity. Take all the extra people out. Load. Cargo. No cargo. Fuel. Top off fuel. But then last but not least, I do need to set pilot weight. $200. That didn't type. Why did that not type? Alright, there we go. Cool. Getting all my stuff set up again. Alright, let's do this. Battery on, generator on, anti-collision lights on, horn test, horn works, avionics on, fuel pump on, pitot tube heat, taxi light, landing light. Alright, let's get our ATC working. And our actually working GPS unit. So for this, we can do just generic map, I guess. That'll be good enough. Of course, my keyboard gets in the way. Haven't quite figured out how this lines up sometimes. It's being a pain. See, like, why is it, like, when I twist the controller, nothing's happening. It's something to do with, like, angle. I think it, you know what, that's exactly what it is. It's just saying staying perpendicular to whatever I'm doing with the controller. I don't like that. Close enough. Radio volume 15. Sim volume 100. Sim volume 60. Okay, so that seems to be working.
Warrior Tree 71 Bravo, Charlie, make right traffic, runway 21, cleared for takeoff.
Okay, we got
Making
that
right
working.
traffic, cleared for takeoff, runway 21, Warrior Tree 71 Bravo, Charlie.
Thermal visualization can be turned on and off. Let's do... Uh-oh, that's not working now. Or is it? Now it works. Weird. Alright. Clear left. Clear right. Clear. Safety cover. Landing light on. Yeah, in real life, right now, we would have the doors wide open, get some breeze going through here. It'd be still warm. Sitting in a freaking glass cockpit. In fact, talking about how warm it is, actually turn my dang AC on because it is actually really warm in this room for some reason. One moment, take the headset off for a second. Why does it feel so hot in here? It says it's 68 degrees. There's no way in hell it's 68 degrees in this room. It's hot as shit. What does my other temperature probe thing say? Where is my phone? One moment. Try to balance this thing on my head while I adjust all my temperature things. HVAC. Actually, you know what? I forgot to put out my tweet. Oops. Do that. Yeah, it was just that fan had slowed down. Okay, cool. So that should be fixed. Put you there. Sim volume 70. Okay. Horn on. Frankfurt ATC, helicopter Sierra Quebec, uniform Echo Echo. Requesting departure to the west. Radio volume 20.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, wind 040 at 5. Departure to the west from your current location will be at your own risk.
At own risk. Helicopter uniform Echo Echo. Thank you. Alright. Picking up. Keeping light on the skids. Make a correction. There we go.
Mustang 9 Kilo uniform 59, enter left downwind, expect landing clearance.
Alright, clear right.
Left downwind, awaiting landing clearance, Mustang 9 Kilo uniform 59.
Alright, don't want to cross any of the taxiways where the aircraft are, but also don't want to get anywhere near the runway. Just get plenty high over here. Alright, awesome. Let's see, how many real aircraft are down below? Quite a few. This is a busy airport.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, squawk 4451 and ident.
Squawk 4451 and ident. Helicopter uniform Echo Echo.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, unable to assign squawk codes or wavelength, please.
Why is that not working? Squawk 4451, helicopter uniform Echo Echo. do that again. Alright, we're going to actually cross.
From Echo Echo, unable to assign squawk codes. Please proceed with your request.
Okay, so for some reason, it is not identing. Something weird's going on with that. I have to put in a bug report for that too. A lot of times when we're near larger airports like that, they actually have us stay relatively low to the ground. High enough that we can go over an aircraft as it's touching down on the runway, but low enough so we're not interfering with people that are doing patterns around the airport. Or if they have to do a go-around or something. That's why I tried to cross at where the numbers are, because that should be like one of the places where the aircraft is at its lowest. They try to descend there, and then if they have to go do a go-around, they go up, but it's usually a good place to cross.
Citation 433 Mike Whiskey, maintain
Radio volume
Expect
15.
Further instructions in approximately 5 minutes. Maintain current heading, awaiting further instructions. Citation 433 Mike Whiskey.
Alright, checking and seeing if there's any point of interest around. Do not see any. Oh, I know what I forgot. Open Bush Talk Radio. Alright, there we go. Turn that on. So let's see, what was this? There's our touch and go. Next track. Volume 30. Alright. Got a point of interest over there. Let's see here. Gotta find my mouse pointer now. Volume 10. We just left the Frankfurt airport, and we are, yeah, still heading kind of towards the Belgium coast. Is where we are right now. Alright, we're actually going to deviate slightly. Go over to this bridge. But VR Guy Racing, how are you doing today? How many of these boats down below are actual real boats? I see at least one. Pause music.
Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike, cleared for touch and go, runway 27 traffic, departing ahead.
Slightly concerned because I'm not getting the
Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike.
push talk radio to play anything yet. What is going on with that? Okay, continuing to try to fix things. Why is this not working now? Huh. It should have.
The Schierstein Bridge is a 1,282-meter-long, four-lane highway bridge in Germany. It carries Bundesautobahn 643 over the Rhine River between Mainz-Mombach, Rhineland-Palatinate and Wiesbaden-Schierstein, Hesse. Crossing two arms of the Rhine and the intervening island of Retbergsee, the bridge is made of 6 individual structures, including 100 meters from pre-stressed concrete. It was built between 1959 and 1962. The Schierstein Bridge is located about 5.8 kilometers downstream of the Theodor Heuss Bridge. Together with the Theodor Heuss Bridge and the A60 Bridge, it is one of 3 road bridges across the Rhine at Mainz. It is the last bridge over the Middle Rhine for 80 kilometers downstream, before the Sudbrook in Koblenz. From mid-February to mid-April 2015, the bridge was closed from all traffic due to extensive structural damage.
Working, but the sun is shining. Good to hear, dude. Hopefully, by me hitting that play button now, it'll actually play the audio as we get close to things again. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, we had gotten through Stonehenge and then, I mean, yeah, we made it across the channel into France. We've already been from there essentially all the way until we reached the border of Switzerland, but not crossing it. And then we went north a little bit, and now we're on our way back to the coast, so... And then once we get back to the coast, we're going to go north again, and then go right back in again. So it's a bunch of back and forth. Alright, let's slow ourselves down. Tail is really low, so watch that. Don't dip, don't dip. And... yeah, I've got to figure out why the bird mod is creating birds that are larger than my aircraft. I have to uninstall that. Alright, good to go. Taking back off. And this one, we're going to go this way. Next track. So, of the 3 mods that were causing crashes over the last week, I've turned one of them on to see if it's the one actually causing the crash.
001 Bravo, hold short of runway 33 traffic on final.
The one that I'm running today is the
November 9001
Germany
Bravo.
road fixes. The other 2 that I have is German car parks and French roads. And since we're out of France, we're not heading back in there for several months at least. I'm gonna test these other two for now. Charles Farmer, yeah, doing well. How are you today? Love to do this as well. I've made it a fair way Europe round trip in the A2A Kamachi. Nice. Do you have any other helicopters payware? I have the Cohen Sim H125 and the Cohen Sim M500. However, they are Flight Sim 2020 helicopters, so they're not 100% in 2024. The biggest issue that I have with the H125 is the fuel bar only goes up a quarter of the way and then it fades away to nothing, so you can't tell how much fuel you actually have. And that is kind of a little bit annoying. So, volume 30. Got too much sleep. I'm up early also. Yeah. My sleep schedule has been absolutely wrecked. I've actually... Pause music. Around 8:15, 8:30 my time.
4:18.
I'm going to have to actually pause the game, and I need to actually take a phone call from the Veterans Administration, so we might have a little bit of a pause then. But other than that, yeah, I plan on doing a longer stream today. Pause music. Oh, pause music. VR Guy Racing, to your other question, other payware I have a mod that is supposed to fix a lot of the trees in the game. It reduces a lot of the trees and it actually opens up a lot of the fields. I have another mod that replaces the trees with ones that are not double size. I am running a mod that adds birds to the game. I am running a mod that gives me more accurate AI-generated ATC calls. Same thing with a mod that gives me a full-function GPS unit. Trying to think what else. Other than that, I think it's mainly just... I had one that clears trees away from railroads. And then, of course, all the streamable data that they give you. Oh, there's a point of interest over here. What am I missing here? Oh yeah, I'm using Bush Talk Radio. So as I fly over point of interest, we get this.
Located in the Niederwald, near Rüdesheim am Rhein in Hesse, Germany. It overlooks the valley of the Rhine and was built in the 1870/80s to commemorate the unification of Germany. The monument was constructed to commemorate the founding of the German Empire in 1871 after the end of the Franco-Prussian War. The first stone was laid on the 16th of September 1871 by Kaiser Wilhelm I. The sculptor was Johannes Schilling, and the architect was Karl Weissbach. The total cost of the work is estimated at 1 million gold marks. The monument was inaugurated on the 28th of September 1883. The 38 meters tall monument represents the union of all Germans.
This is another mod that I have. It adds these cable cars. Actually, no. The cable cars, and I have another mod that actually gives power lines to the power poles. So yeah, I've got a few graphical mods that like that. Because, like, you can actually hit that. You can damage the aircraft by hitting the pole. But this is clearly some kind of ski resort thing here. But the little, about called it lore, history thing was this here.
The Mouse Tower is a stone tower on a small island in the Rhine,
And then that's
outside
something
Bingen
over there.
am Rhein, Germany. The Romans were the first to build a structure on this site. It later became part of Franconia, and it fell and had to be rebuilt many times. Hatto II, the Archbishop of Mainz, restored the tower in 968. In 1298 the structure became an official customs collection tower. It was destroyed by a French army in 1689, then rebuilt in 1855 as a Prussian signal tower. The story of how it came to be called the Mouse Tower comes from a folk tale. According to this popular, but unsubstantiated, legend, Hatto II was a cruel ruler who oppressed and exploited the peasants in his domain. He used the tower as a platform for archers and crossbowmen and demanded tribute from passing ships, shooting on their crews if they did not comply. During a famine in 974 the poor had run out of food, but Hatto, having all the grain stored up in his barns, used his monopoly to sell it at such high prices that most could not afford it. The peasants became angry and were planning to rebel, so Hatto devised a cruel trick. He promised to feed the hungry people and told them to go to an empty barn and wait for him to come with food. The peasants were overjoyed and praised Hatto heartily. They made their way to the barn to await his coming. When he arrived with his servants, he ordered the barn's doors shut and locked, then set the barn on fire and burned the peasants to death, derisively commenting on their death cries with the words "Hear the mice squeak." When Hatto returned to his castle, he was immediately besieged by an army of mice. He fled the swarm and took a boat across the river to his tower, hoping that the mice could not swim. The mice followed, pouring into the river in their thousands. Many drowned, but even more reached the island, where they ate through the tower's doors and crawled up to the top floor, where they found Hatto and ate him alive.
Oh, that's a brutal legend. Holy shit. That's crazy. Pause music. I had a mod for the UK that actually put trains on the railroads
Castle
too.
Is a castle near
Pause
the
music.
town of Trechtingshausen in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany.
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
The castle was constructed in about 1360 and 1317. Rheinstein Castle was important for its strategic location. By 1344, the castle was in decline. By the time of the Palatine War of Succession, the castle was very dilapidated. During the Romantic period in the 19th century, Prince Frederick of Prussia bought the castle and it was rebuilt. Berg Rheinstein possesses a working drawbridge and portcullis, which are typical of medieval castle architecture and defenses. The castle is open to the public. Just past the gift shop near the entrance is an opening on the left to the courtyard, which has views of the Rhine. Rheinstein's courtyard is known as the Burgundy Garden after the Burgundy grapevine growing there. The vine, which is approximately 500 years old, still produces grapes.
That's cool. That's a hell of a walk to go up that cliff, though. That's cool as hell. Alright, I'm actually going to try a couple things to try to get a little bit more FPS. Let's see if I can do anything to change that. Let's do graphics, global rendering. Yeah, let's do terrain rendering down to 100%. Displacement mapping, object level of detail. Bump that down a little bit. I really want better shadows. Reflections might be doing some weird stuff too. Yeah, try that too. Actually, let's turn that on high. I'm curious what that does to the boats. Okay, a little bit better FPS there. Pause music. They talked about a while back how they're working on a computational fluid dynamic simulation for the terrain, which what I just had to do right there, I wouldn't have to do in real life. Volume 5. Because the air is flowing over terrain naturally, what happens is that you are kind of like in a pocket of pressurized air, and the pressure below you and the pressure above you always stays the same. And as the air flows over the hills, you kind of stay in that pocket. So without any input, you will kind of naturally follow the terrain a little bit. The further up you go, the less effect that is. So it's a lot more effective down low. But right there where I had to literally pitch backwards to climb a little bit, wouldn't have to do that in real life. You could sit there and like fly straight, and the air flowing over will cause you to just go up and over. It's crazy. It's one of those really weird feelings. I hope once they get that in, it'll be able to do that properly. I guess we have a bunch. Dang it, I didn't realize there was so many point of interest down this river. Volume 20. It'd be, like, I mean, living here, like, that's cool. You're right next to the river, you're right next to the, you're in the valley.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta cleared for immediate takeoff runway.
Radio volume 10.
Cleared for immediate takeoff runway 33 Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
Starlick Castle is a 12th century fortified castle in the upper middle Rhine Valley at Bacharach in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. It stands on a crag approximately 160 meters above sea level on the left bank of the river at the mouth of the Stieg Valley, approximately 50 kilometers south of Koblenz, and offers a commanding view of the Lorelei Valley. Its name means impregnable castle on a crag, from the Middle High German words Stachel and Ecke. It has a water-filled partial moat, a rarity in Germany. Built on the orders of the Archbishop of Cologne, it was destroyed in the late 17th century but rebuilt in the 20th and is now a hostel.
Okay. Yeah, it kind of sucks because you have all these old castles and ruins and stuff, and sadly they're not, like, it's not scanned or anything like that.
Grafenstein Castle is a toll castle on the Falkenau Island, otherwise known as Pfalz Island in the River Rhine near Korb, Germany. Known as the Pfalz, this former stronghold is famous for its picturesque and unique setting. The keep of this island castle, a pentagonal tower with its point upstream, was erected between 1326 and 1327 by King Ludwig the Bavarian. Around the tower, a defensive hexagonal wall was built between 1338 and 1340. In 1477 Grafenstein was passed as deposit to the Count of Katzenelnbogen. Later additions were made in 1607 and 1755, consisting of corner turrets, the gun bastion pointing upstream, and the characteristic Baroque tower cap.
Alright. And there's something over here too. Don't know if... This is the one problem with Bush Talk Radio, is that when you have point of interest that are so close to each other, it can't play the other one. Not unless I go in there and manually click on it or something, which is a little bit of a pain to do when you're in VR. Alright, let's get some speed.
The Lorelei is a 132-meter-high, steep slate rock on the right bank of the River Rhine in the Rhine Gorge in St. Gorshausen in Germany. The Lorelei Amphitheatre on top of the rock is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The name comes from the old German words Lol, Rhine dialect for murmuring, and the Celtic term ley rock. The translation of the name would therefore be Murmur Rock or Murmuring Rock. The heavy currents and a small waterfall in the area created a murmuring sound, and this combined with the special echo the rock produces to act as a sort of amplifier, giving the rock its name. The murmuring is hard to hear today owing to the urbanization of the area. Other theories attribute the name to the many boating accidents on the rock, by combining the German verb loern with the same lay ending, with the translation lurking rock. The rock and the murmur it creates have inspired various tales. An old legend envisioned dwarfs living in caves in the rock.
What is going on with that boat? Okay. I think there should be some kind of check, so boats always snap to water level, because that's a little bit odd.
November 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2, enter right base runway 21. Right base runway 21 for Bonanza. November 64 Foxtrot.
If we find another flying boat, I'll try to fly underneath it or something. Now, I am slightly concerned about power lines going through here.
Katz Castle is a castle above the German town of St. Gorshausen in Rhineland-Palatinate. The castle stands on a ledge looking downstream from the riverside at St. Gor. It was first built around 1371 by Count William II of Katzenelnbogen. The castle was bombarded in 1806 by Napoleon and rebuilt in the late 19th century, in 1896-98.
Oh, this one's actually modeled.
It is now privately owned, and not open for visitors. After the original castle Burg Katzenelnbogen, this medieval fortress castle is officially known as Burg New-Katzenelnbogen. It used to be and still is, however, comfortably and commonly contracted to Die Katz. As such, it is popularly linked with Bergmaus, which was indeed erected in closest possible vicinity as its military counterpart.
That's cool. Don't think the courtyard's big enough for me to land, though. I like how they show the modern things that they've added to it. You can see that metal surrounded ladder right there. That's kind of neat. How do you get up in here? Is there like a... I'm looking for whatever path would actually lead up to the castle. There's got to be something, right? Oh no, actually, it might be. The path is up here. Actually, yeah, that's exactly it. Path comes down here, and then there is a little walkway right there. Interesting. So that's the way in. And then it just, like, overlooks everything. That's cool. Some airspeed. And on we go. Next track. Volume 30.
Maus Castle is a castle above
Val's
the village
case,
of Wellmich in
pause music.
Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. It lies
I'm
on
just
the
gonna-
east side of the Rhine, north of Katz Castle in
Oh
St.
my God.
Gorshausen and opposite Rinfels Castle at St. Gor across the river. Construction of the castle was begun in 1356 by Archbishop Elector of Trier Bowman II and was continued for the next 30 years by successive electors of Trier. The construction of Bergmaus was to enforce Trier's recently acquired Rhine River toll rights and to secure Trier's borders against the Counts of Katzenelnbogen. In the latter half of the 14th century, Bergmaus was one of the residences of the Elector of Trier. Unlike its two neighboring castles, Bergmaus was never destroyed, though it fell into disrepair in the 16th and 17th centuries. Restoration of the castle was undertaken between 1900 and 1906 under the architect Wilhelm Gärtner with attention to historical detail. The castle suffered further damage from shelling during World War II, which has since been repaired. Today Berg Maus hosts an aviary that is home to falcons, owls and eagles, and flight demonstrations are staged for visitors from late March to early October.
Look at all the power lines, that's cool. Make sure we fly underneath that. Make sure we definitely clear that stuff. Alright. Pause music. Alright, so we're going to be on the water for a little bit. Pause music. Start and stop and start and stop. Oh my god.
Sterenberg Castle is a
They're
castle
high-tech.
above the village
That
of
German
Kampfhofen
engineering, right?
in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Sterenberg Castle is located in the Rhine Gorge. The Rhine Gorge is a popular name for the upper Middle Rhine Valley, a 65-kilometer
Oh, I
section
can't
of
pause
the
it.
River Rhine between the cities of Koblenz and Bingen in Germany. It was added to the UNESCO list of World Heritage Sites in June 2002 for a unique combination of geological, historical,
Oh, it's
cultural,
auto-generated.
and industrial
Dang it.
reasons. By 1034, Sterenberg was being mentioned as an imperial castle, but the source is not certain. In 1190, Sterenberg Castle is listed in the Book of Werner von Bolanden as a fief, together with the custom point in Bornhofen. The noble family of Bolanden stayed as lords of Sterenberg Castle until the second half of the 13th century. From this early period, the Burgfried and the first, inner shield wall have survived.
Alright, we're gonna cut the corner of this river, go up and over. Pause music. Alright. My fear right now is if I go underneath one of these boats and the boat snaps back to the water, we'll end up crashing right into it.
The Marksburg is a castle above the town of
Volume
Brabant
0.
in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. It is one of the principal sites of the Rhine Gorge UNESCO World Heritage Site. The fortress was used for protection rather than as a residence for royal families. It has a striking example of a Burgfried designed as a butterchurn tower. Of the 40 hill
Looks
castles
auto-generated.
between Bingen am
Dang it.
Rhein and Koblenz, the Marksburg was one of only two which had never been destroyed, and at least the only one that had never fallen into disrepair.
Dang it. Oh, I was hoping that was going to be an actual one. That would have been cool. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I mean, we have a mixture of... They make custom models for some of the places, but other places it just does auto-gen. Hopefully, like, it'd be cool if someone, like, had a drone and LiDAR scanned one of these buildings or something. That'd be kind of neat. Volume 30. Volume 0.
Larneck Castle is a medieval fortress located in
Good
the city
timing
of
on that one.
Lahnstein in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany, south of Koblenz. The 13th century castle stands on a steep
this is in
rock
the
salient
middle of
above
town.
the confluence of the Lahn River with the Rhine, opposite Stolzenfels Castle, in the district of Oberlahnstein. Its symmetrical plan, an oblong rectangle, is typical of the later castles of the time of the Hohenstaufen. The pentagonal shape of the Burgfried is rare for castle towers. The castle became well known in England by the death of Adelia Dubb in June 1851. While on holiday with her family, the 17-year-old girl mounted the abandoned castle's high tower, when suddenly the wooden stairs collapsed behind her. Nobody heard her crying and calling from the tower, because it was surrounded by an insurmountable wall, 3 meters high.
Ah,
The
it's
last
auto-gen
sentence
again.
in her diary, "All I know is that there is no hope for me. My death is certain. Father in heaven, have mercy on my soul." She was only found years later in 1860, her diary hidden in the walls some weeks
Wow.
later. Deutsches Eck is the name of a headland in Koblenz, Germany, where the Mosel River joins the Rhine. Named after a local commandery of the Teutonic Order, it became known for a monumental equestrian statue of William I, first German emperor, erected in 1897 in appreciation for his role in the unification of Germany. One of many Emperor William monuments raised in the Prussian Rhine province, it was destroyed in World War II and only the plinth was preserved as a memorial. Following German reunification, a replica of the statue was erected on the pedestal after controversial discussions in 1993. It is today a Koblenz landmark and a popular tourist destination.
Yeah, it is. I mean, medieval times, you didn't tell somebody where you were going, you just sneak out. Nobody knows to look for you there. Alright, we have a few different things here. Now see, one of the mods I have, one of the add-ons is the, God, I keep forgetting what they're called.
Ehrenbreitstein Fortress is a fortress in the German state of Rhineland-Palatinate, on the east bank of the Rhine, where it is joined by the Moselle, overlooking the town of Koblenz. Occupying the position of an earlier fortress destroyed by the French in 1801, it was built as the backbone of the regional fortification system
These things.
Festung Koblenz by Prussia between 1817 and 1828 and guarded the Middle Rhine region, an area that had been invaded by French troops repeatedly before. The Prussian fortress was never attacked. Since 2002, Ehrenbreitstein has been part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site Upper Middle Rhine Valley.
I think this is, again, auto-generated scenery, sadly. I mean, this is a pretty large facility, though. It had to be, right? Sucks that it doesn't have, like, custom stuff. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I need to go over there. Actually, hold on. Okay, yeah, we're going down to the valley first. We're going to activate that one. And hopefully when we come back, we can get that thing about the museum. And see, here we are again with the power lines. You can see them stretching all the way across. That's probably one of the best mods that I have, is those damn power lines. That, and it also changes these big power stations. They actually put stuff down, which makes it
The Moselle
awesome.
Valley is a region in northeastern France, southwestern Germany, and eastern Luxembourg, centered on the river valley formed by the River Moselle. The Moselle runs through and along the borders of the 3 countries and drains a 4th, Belgium. The Moselle has been promoted as a quality white wine producing region since the 19th century, and Moselle wine is produced in 3 countries. It is the heart of the Luxembourg wine industry, and is also of the German Moselle region, and there are some vineyards in France. The Moselle has developed a strong tourism industry around its reputation as a rural idyll. The tourism sector is most prominent in the Luxembourgian and German parts of the Moselle. Luxembourg's part of the valley roughly corresponds with the central and eastern parts of the cantons of Grevenmacher and Riemek. Almost all of the lowest lying communes in Luxembourg lie along the Moselle. There are no large towns in Luxembourg's part of the Moselle Valley, but the main settlements are Grevenmacher, Mundorf-les-Bains, Riemek, and Vassabilik, all of which have populations in excess of 2,000 people.
Yeah, that stutter thing has been causing me issues. That's why I haven't been playing Elite recently. It was bad. And the fact that it happens like every, what was it, 10 seconds or so? It's really weird. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Should probably not crash the aircraft while I'm getting whatever's in my eye out. So, I'm in some weird thing going on where it's not loading really high-res satellite imagery for some weird reason. Then you go across the water and then it's high-res. Then again, it did say military. That might still be an active military base that has a military museum on it. That might be why. I mean, it makes sense. Those are barracks. So that's probably exactly what it is military base. Galactic stutter. Elite Dangerous has an issue right now where, like, it is literally every 10 seconds, like, on the dot, there is a frame rate stutter. So, and it's like a bad stutter, too. I can't do it because it causes me to be nauseous as shit in VR. Okay, hold on a minute. Am I seeing some weird geometry here, or... There's no way in hell the water actually does that. Hold on. Let's go over here and figure out what the hell's going on here. Yeah, I don't think the river slopes down like that. There's something weird here. I think there is something wrong with some height map data here. Actually, let's land here. Yeah, I really don't think the water's actually doing that. Yeah, it's too flat up top. I think there's something wrong with height map data. I think that is supposed to be much lower. Alright, let's slow ourselves down. Make sure our tail doesn't hit. Okay, we're about 83% fuel. What? No, I don't want... No, go away. Can those please... Hold on. Forgot how to turn those off. Thought I set buttons to turn those off, but apparently not. Oh, I guess... Okay. Just not use them. Alright, we're going to take a look at whatever's going on with the water. Yeah, there's some kind of height map data thing going on here. There's something weird going on here. I need to get a screenshot so I can because I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to do that. Actually, win again. Pause real quick. Yeah, that's really odd. Let me right click. Okay. One of the things I'm really liking about Bush Talk Radio is that any of the point of interest you can actually click on and get the actual coordinates, which is really, really nice. So that helps me. That helps me greatly with doing bug reports.
Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike, cleared for touch and go, runway 27 traffic, departing ahead. Cleared for touch and go, runway 27, Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike.
So let me do a couple things here. Let me go non-VR. Q to go into FreeCam, and then how do I explain this? How do I... Trying to get a good image here. I mean, like, that's a pretty good image, right? Something like that. It looks so weird because the water and stuff goes up and then it comes right back down, and it's, I mean, the fact that it plateaus, it's very clearly something. Well, okay, so if you guys are not aware, a lot of times you have satellites orbiting the planet, right? And they will put a LiDAR scan down and they get height map data. But then other times you'll have aircraft flying around and they'll get more accurate data. And this is so odd. I don't know if maybe they flew over an area and it was a certain time of day and the reflection of the sun off the water made it didn't pick up the scan properly. And they probably had some kind of protection. So when they looked at height map data and the height map data was off, they probably did something to smooth it out, and this is the side effect of that. I don't think this entire area is on a hill, to be honest. Alright, so we're going to hit that. Alright, so we're going to go back into VR. No, we're not. Now we're going to go back into VR. And we have the ads. Of course we do. Let me know when the ads are done, and then I'll talk about what happened with the Final Fantasy stuff. Whoa, shit. Moselle Viaduct. Viaduct would be for people, like a bridge, correct? Aqueducts are for moving water, if I remember correctly.
The Moselle Viaduct carries the Bundesautobahn 61 over a meander of the River Moselle, connecting the Hunsrück and Eifel mountain ranges.
Oh shit.
It was built between 1969 and 1972 between the German villages Winningen and Dieblitz, about 10 kilometers southwest of Koblenz, where the River Moselle flows into the River Rhine. Moselle Viaduct is also the name of the 1974 bridge where Bundesautobahn 1 between Wittelich and Trier crosses the River Moselle near Schweich. Like many bridges in the area, it was built as a steel beam bridge. The road deck is 935 meters long, 30.5 meters wide and weighs 11,463 tons. It rests 136 meters above the valley's lowest point on hollow concrete piers with walls of 30 centimeters thick.
Okay, yeah, I don't think the bridge is supposed to do that. So, I apologize for pausing the game continuously to do this, but I need to get,
Citation November 4,
I'm making sure to get
on frequency 121.6.
pictures and stuff of these things so I can fix them.
121.6 citation, November 4, 33 Mike Whiskey.
Because that's really odd. Alright, the top of the curve of water terrain matches a walkway bridge. Yeah. It's one of those annoying things, like when they do the scanning of the ground, they can't exactly get, if the LiDAR scan picks up the bridge instead, yeah. Alright, so let's see here. Moselle Viaduct. And then coordinates. The fact that we now have two errors in the same location is telling me that, yeah, there was probably some weird height map data in this location. And yeah, hopefully it gets fixed. Alright, give me Jolly Ranch or something to... Alright. But yeah, LiDAR, it's the, what is it, laser range something or other. If it gets the reflection of the sun, yeah, there's going to be some weird stuff going on. And then it's not able to do something accurately. What is going on? Why is this not... Control tab. That's weird. But yeah, if you can get the coordinates, make a bug report and say, yeah, this is an issue at this location. Hopefully they fix some of the height map data, and then next time they push out a world update, it's one of those things that we can get an update to. Alright, now, according to my thing, there is no point of interest between me and the next airport. Volume 30. Alright, let's go. So we can actually listen to the music for a little bit. Climb. Don't want to go into the yellow. So I'm trying to make sure that my needle never goes into the yellow here. Yellow is just 5-minute takeoff power. In normal cruise, you don't really use that. You use it literally for the first 5 minutes at most to get out of hard to get out of areas, essentially. If you don't have to, mechanical empathy, you don't want to wear the engine out. Time?
5:02.
You can see the power lines here. It's going down the way. I'm gonna do a touch and go at this airport. Coming in hot. Touch the skids, good to go. If I was doing that in real life, and I owned the helicopter, I'd try to get titanium plates bolted onto the pads on the bottom. Titanium sparks bright white, steel sparks like a gold color, yellow. Titanium looks really cool when it sparks. Alright, next location is 25 miles away. However, there might be some point of interest between here and there. I don't see any right now, but we'll see. Actually, curious, this might just be in Farmer's Airstrip, so we don't need to worry about it. I am not seeing anything on the map, though. Oh yeah, it's just a grass strip. So, looking down at this, see how that arrow's essentially pointing that direction? 2.7, 2.6, whatever. But see how it's a little hollow circle? That's letting me know it's not a big airport. These ones, see how they're colored in? That pink color? Magenta. That kind of lets you know that that's not really a big airport at all. Volume 40. Elt's Castle. Let's go see that, though. We're going to be going through Germany for a while. It's one of the reasons why I'm playing 80s German music right now. We will be bouncing back and forth a little bit through the years and everything. Pause music. don't even see the castle. It's like in the trees here. Also, I don't...
Castle is a medieval castle nestled in the hills above the Moselle River between Koblenz and Trier, Germany. It is still owned by a branch of the same family that lived there in the 12th century, 33 generations ago. Boresheim Castle, Eltz Castle and Lissingen Castle are the only castles on the left bank of the Rhine in Rhineland-Palatinate which have never been destroyed. He Castle is surrounded on 3 sides by the Ilsbach River, a tributary on the north side of the Moselle. It is on a 70-meter rock spur, on an important Roman trade route between rich farmlands and their markets. The Eltz Forest has been declared a nature reserve by Flora Fauna Habitat and Natura 2000.
That's cool. Flight sim track is a waiting location. Hold on. I've got to fix that right now, otherwise Barry will get angry at me. Not really. I started it up. Why did it... I know I started it up. That's annoying. Okay. It should be running now. Whoa! The Eagle's Nest? What is... Oh, that place. Okay. Sorry, I just... Also, I'm running wireless again today. If we come across it, I'll fly over it. We'll get the history lesson, but I'm not going to go chase it down. We'll see. Isn't that where Hitler shot himself? I can't remember now. Wasn't that area like closer to Berlin though? Or again, am I forgetting?
Delta, enter right base, runway 27. Right base, runway 27 from Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
Got a suspension bridge over there too. Now, I am aware of those castles over there. We will get to them, just not today. Well, maybe today. We'll see.
Metternich Castle is an ancient castle in the Rhineland-Palatinate state of the Federal Republic of Germany. It is also known as the Beilstein Castle, due to its location in Beilstein, Rhineland-Palatinate. The history of the castle goes back to 1268 when the castle was first mentioned. It is thought the castle is even older, with some historians indicating 1129 as the year of construction.
Good grief.
Until the first half of 17th century, the castle was owned by Counts von Nassau-Dillenburg. In 1637, the castle became the property of the House of Metternich, hence its current name, Metternich Castle. The last member of the family to own the castle was Clemens von Metternich, one of the most famous diplomats of the Austrian Empire. He was foreign minister from 1809 to 1848. In 1689, during the 9 Years' War, the castle was destroyed by French troops.
Cyberdommy, take care, dude. Thanks for hanging out a little bit, man. Enjoy the No Man's Sky playthrough. I never really got that far into that game. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the crafting stuff. Pause music. mean, look at all the animals. So many more. I might need to get a little rubber spacer because that little thing keeps loosening on me randomly. Then my microphone keeps turning to the side. It's getting kind of irritating. So we have an airport here. I'm actually going to come in, drift it over the runway onto the taxiway, and then that way we'll be facing into the wind. For a moment there, I thought that was a bunch of rocks. I was like, wait a minute. I realized it was a town. All the building roofs are all gray. Alright. Frickin' birds. In real life, the fire trucks don't tend to just be driving around randomly. Like, the only time they're out is when they're cleaning them or actually doing something with them. Otherwise, they are put away. Alright. Go see that bridge. Don't know why the route had me go this way, but whatever. Oh, the thing I was wanting to talk about earlier. I don't think people, like, if you watch my hand, like, I don't move my hand much, right? To do a right-hand turn, that's it. Right? Level out, left. I'm maybe moving the stick a 1/4 inch, and I'm on an 8-inch extension. Like, it's not that much movement. I think that's one of the biggest issues is people like over control the helicopter. They're sitting there like they're just like, why is my helicopter not moving, or why is my helicopter so hard to fly? And they're just doing that constantly, and it's just like, no, you really don't have to move it much at all. You are little minute corrections. Alright, let's see if we can find this suspension bridge. Alright, let's push for speed.
Right base runway 22, Skyhawk 9001 Bravo.
Not really seeing, well, might be some buildings down in the valleys. I don't know. I'm gonna fly right through all the turbines. I had bought some grip tape a while back because I was gonna make a ramp for Malcolm to go up the stairs, but never finished it before he passed away. But thinking about putting some of that grip tape right here on this wood so my feet aren't sliding around all over the place. It's like skateboard grip tape stuff. Alright, and we do have power lines. Let's go up and over those. And then down, away from the blades. So, a thing a lot of people don't realize too is a lot of times with those blades, you are still getting wing vortices off the tips of those blades. And downwind of those turbines, the air is kind of rough. Like, you don't want to actually fly near them. They will throw you around. Big old solar farm. Thought that was water at first until I realized the edges of, like, the edges look slightly pixelated. Alright, how far are we from this? 2 miles. It's about to play, I think. Pause. Music. Alright, I think I'm either seeing power lines or I don't know if that is the suspension bridge. Oh no, it is the suspension bridge. Unless they... Do they actually have it rendered? I think it's actually rendered. Huh, okay. I think they do. That's cool. It's a very unique looking bridge. Let's slow way down. That is a very unique looking bridge. Are you gonna play the audio? Yes, no, maybe? It does kind of suck that it's hovering in the air about 20 feet. Not ever really seen a suspension bridge where it's being pulled down. I mean, I can see how it works. That's cool though. Those cables are tiny. Okay, so hold on. I gotta do another, I'm gonna take another picture here to show that this one is floating in the air. So we can fix that as well. Let me get over here. Alright, so we're going to pause. I'm going to go into non-VR. Go into this mode.
Holding short of runway 12 Bonanza 964 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
Just trying to get a good angle for the screenshot. Alright, so there's our picture. I have a room on my Discord in which I, oh, what's the word? That I put bug reports, either that or ones that I'm... Okay, so I'm going to do something dumb here. Resume and active pause. Okay. Okay, so I've got that. Pause again. So I wanted to get out of the active pause. Active pause is good for taking screenshots. It's not so good for yeah, the other stuff. Okay, so let's see here. Right click, add waypoint. Is there a way? So Bush Talk Radio does not have a point of interest for that location. So that makes it a little bit more difficult to get the coordinates. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find... Actually, you know what? Hold on one moment. Does Flight Sim Track give coordinates by chance? Because it itself is saying not a number. Also, question. Not a number. Is my stream extremely dark, or is that something weird that I'm seeing on my stream? Because, like, on my copy of OBS, my video looks fine. On the actual stream, it looks really dark for some weird reason. Flight Sim Track. Latitude, longitude. Here we go. Okay. I guess 4 decimal points would be fine. Okay. Barry, oh my god, dude, this is amazing. I don't really watch my own stream, right? I didn't realize that it had all this other information. The fact that you can see what radios I'm tuned to and all that kind of stuff, it's super nice. It's such a nice little app.
Skyhawk 505
all right.
Alpha Mike cleared for touch and go, runway 27 traffic, departing ahead.
Back into VR.
Cleared for touch and go.
There's
Runway
step 1.
27, Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike.
Reset my view and try to not crash. Oh crap, I'm in exterior view. I don't want to be in exterior view. Alright, continuing on. I'm wondering if every time that I leave VR and then go back in, it seems like the frame rate gets worse for a little bit afterwards. I'm wondering if there's a memory leak between switching between the two modes, maybe? Pause music. Trash in my trash can. I put the trash can way off to the side when I'm streaming, so it's not in this camera view. But yeah. You know what? Hold on. I might be able to put the trash can directly behind me. That'd be a good spot for it. Time?
5:28.
I need to 3D print a dashboard that includes all these knobs. So I actually have something in front of me that I can reach out and physically grab and turn the knobs and stuff, that'd be nice. That way, instead of doing the VR stuff, I can actually just reach out and it's like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 switches. I think that's just a brightness switch. Yeah, it's a dimmer. Because I've already gotten those. I don't know if you can actually set. Ooh, I need to actually check if they've updated that. Let's land at this heliport. I mean, this is freaking beautiful. This town's like on this hill overlooking the river, almost touches right there, so they're completely surrounded. That's cool. Got a valley over there. I think that's a quick place to the Autobahn.
270 contact departure. Lens to 270 contacting departure, Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie.
All right. Don't know why the tail on this aircraft is always blurry. Probably a distance thing. All right. It's funny how the hospital, they're using textures from stores. So if you want to buy clothing or shoes, there you go. Buy shoes at the hospital. Yay. Slide around over there. Up and over the trees. There we go. Got all this farmland down here. That's cool. Somebody's hauling ass above me. BEL. I don't know what airline that is, but they are moving. I do not know any German, so I heard millionaire there, but that's about it. What boat is that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that boat is not hovering in the air like that. I'm waiting until they play 99 Red Balloons, the original German version, but all right, we do have a point of interest up ahead, about 4 miles. Music. All right. Ooh, that's a bridge. Again, not entirely sure if that bridge is supposed to be shaped like that.
Hochmosellbrück is a major road bridge that crosses the valley of the Moselle south of Ursig and north of Zeltingen-Rattig in Rhineland-Pfalz, Germany. It was opened to the public traffic on the 21st of November 2019. The bridge, part of a road connection, the Hochmosellübergang, incorporating a rerouted stretch of Bundesstraße 50, is intended to facilitate the flow of traffic between Belgian and Dutch ports and the Greater Frankfurt area.
Okay.
The plan called for a 1,702.4 meters long steel box beam bridge that crosses the river
That's
at a
crazy.
maximum height of 158 meters. The
Good
width
grief.
of the bridge will be 29.0 meters to allow 4-lane traffic. 10 monolithic pylons made from concrete will support the bridge. Their height varies between 50 and 150 meters. The estimated costs are 270 million euros. Cost increases caused headlines. The costs of the entire project amount to at least 483 million euros, with the bridge accounting for 175 million euros.
All right. Pause music. I'm not missing any chat. I don't know if my program's not scrolling down or what. Or people just being quiet. There we go. Don't drop the controllers. Again. Now see, like, this to me is interesting. Over here, with all these green hills and everything like that, but then I look over here, I start seeing like an orangish red, like that's some kind of different kind of clay over there or something, or a different kind of rock type. Volume 40. Bunch of solar panels here. Bunch right there, bunch over here. Power lines. We have an airport up ahead. Foreign. F-O-H-E-R-N. Echo Delta Romeo Tango. EDRT.
Beechcraft 9001 Bravo, enter left downwind, report midfield. Left downwind will report midfield, Beechcraft 9001 Bravo.
I'll land on the taxiway. We're about 68% fuel. I see a tractor over there. Don't really see those much in the game. Actually, This airport looks like it's a little bit custom. They've got names on things. Huh. That being said, some of these hangars are a little bit too short. Shouldn't be buried in the ground like that. And then these buildings are flying. Like, the buildings are probably at the right height, but the bottom is supposed to extend a little bit further down. Whatever. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright. See, they've got a fence line over there, but... Alright, just trying to pull as much power to accelerate as quick as possible. See how those power lines are painted orange on top? Because that's like right on the glide slope of that airport. Somebody else is coming up overhead. DLH something 501. So yeah, my biggest worry right now is people coming into the stream, hearing the German music, and thinking I'm German. I'm not. I don't know any German. The only reason why we're playing the music is I've been trying to play music that is local for the area as I fly through that country. Volume 20. Turn it down a little bit. Oh, forgot. We were going to talk a little bit about what I was doing yesterday in Final Fantasy XIV. My static, we've been working on the first Savage fight of this tier. We have a couple veterans in there, people that are pretty good at doing raiding, and then a bunch of newer people. I'm one of the newer people. We are getting to the end of the fight. However, we're getting a lot of deaths during the fight, so we're trying to clean the fight up so there's less deaths. I've actually, a couple of the runs I went through, and I did not have a single death myself, but every time that you have a death, for the next 60 seconds, you have reduced damage, so it punishes you. If we could just get rid of the deaths, we would be able to defeat the boss. We gotta get it down. Learn the fight a little bit better so people don't get clipped by annoying little mechanics. But we're doing pretty good. We might have a clear this Wednesday. That's how well we're doing. We got the boss down to, I think, 17%. Actually, no, 14%. It was 14.7. 14.7%. Oh shit, hold on. I did it again. I keep forgetting that if I go off of Bush Talk Radio, it freaks out and then it doesn't want to play the logs, annoyingly.
The Porta Nigra is a large Roman city gate in Trier, Germany. It is today the largest Roman city gate north of the Alps. It is designated as part of the Roman monuments, Cathedral of St. Peter and Church of Our Lady in Trier UNESCO World Heritage Site. The name Porta Nigra originated in the Middle Ages due to the darkened color of its stone. The original Roman name has not been preserved. Locals commonly refer to the Porta Nigra simply as Porta. In Roman times, the Porta Nigra was part of a system of 4 city gates, one of which stood at each side of the roughly rectangular Roman city. It guarded the northern entry to the Roman city, while the Porta Alba was built in the east, the Porta Media in the south, and the Porta Inclita in the west, next to the Roman bridge across the Moselle. The gates stood at the ends of the two main streets of the Roman Triad, one of which led north-south and the other east-west. Of these gates, only the Porta Nigra still exists today.
Okay. Yeah, sadly the point of interest aren't showing up on the map. Like, I'm not getting one of these little pins here, but I do see them on the other map. I don't know, it's weird. Volume 40? Alright, pulling power again. Volume 40. Oh, Major Tom, okay. I apologize to anyone watching on YouTube. Because of YouTube rules, I can't really play the music on there. So, YouTube just gets the flight. You want to listen to the music while we're flying. That's on my Twitch stream. However, the Twitch VOD also has no music. I wish there was a way to do some kind of thing that would activate and deactivate a Spotify playlist. Have it sync up. I don't know.
Charlie traffic is assessed now on a 2-mile final caution wait turbulence. Acknowledge 9371 Bravo Charlie.
I love how the river's just winding. Oh, no, we had our first crash of the day. Hold on, let me do a thing. That is a hard crash. Ooh. Steam VR has encountered a critical error. Ooh, okay. Alright, so Steam VR did not like that. Okay, so I have a feeling that that one add-on is possibly what's causing the crashes. So that was the Germany Road update. So let's uninstall that. So there's something with the Germany Road update that's causing some weird issues. Pause music. Oh, wait, no. Pause music. That's my bad. Because Steam VR just crashed, I can't hear the music at all. Okay, so let's get that restarted. Alright, so Steam VR completely crashed. What I'm going to do now is I think I know what's causing the crash. So I'm going to disable a couple programs. Startup shutdown, yeah, add-ons, overlay apps. Yeah, so I do not need face tracking off, space calibrator off, OVR toolkit off, eye calibration off. I wish you could set different profiles. Okay. I'll keep the music going while I'm rebooting everything. Alright, so stop Steam VR again. I have a feeling it's like with VR chat, I'm using a bunch of other programs to allow me to do other stuff. Because this is a Quest 3 headset, it is a standalone headset. And for me to be able to use full body tracking with all my stuff, I have to use the Index lighthouses and hand controllers and stuff like that. So I have a bunch of stuff that lets me take the Quest 3 and the Index stuff and combine them so I can use both of them at the same time. And when I'm playing Flight Sim, I don't need to have those. There's only something that needs to run with VR chat. Same thing with like the face tracking. So I can like smile and my character smiles and everything. I don't need that when I'm doing flight simming. Flight simming, I just need all the performance to run the dang flight sim, and that's it. Don't need any extra things running. All right. So now the next problem that we have is I have no idea where did we crash at? All right, Steam. Try this again. Okay. Some of these songs, I'm like, okay, I know the original song. I don't know it in German, though. But it is kind of cool to, like, listen to what you would have on the radio, right? I enjoy that. That's kind of... I'm glad I decided to do that. Whatever country I'm flying through, try to play the music of that area. In fact, soon we're gonna have to be switching over to some Luxembourg music, which, I mean, it might be the same kind, but we'll be in Luxembourg for a little bit. Looks like about 50 miles flying through Luxembourg. I don't know. It'll still take a little bit of time. Let me actually see if I can find a playlist. Actually just found a top 50 in Luxembourg. Nice. When we get there, I'll queue that up. 45-minute drive across Luxembourg. I'm kind of doing this weird route where we're kind of going from the east to the south to the west, crossing into Belgium to get a single point of interest, cross back into Luxembourg, and then head north. So we're going to be in Luxembourg for a little bit. But now the next problem is I've got to find where the sim crashed and kind of pick an area. I mean, I have a rough area to look. Let's see here. We'll figure it out. Okay, what is the closest airport? EDRT. So that's the closest airport to this location. Cheap fuel and cigarettes, nice. Alright, so this is the closest airport to that location. What I need to do now is... Okay, so I'm watching the river. That's where we've just flown over. And then the game crashed when I was about right here-ish. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to go to this little airport here and take off from that. Let's go into VR. All right. Flip all my switches back off because the aircraft is on the ground, not running. Oh, this airport actually has writing on the roof here. See another power line, orange over there. Alright, now this is technically a... We restarted the game, so hopefully the frame rate's better. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Volume 10. Alright. Let me get all my stuff reset again. Reset the view. Okay, rotor brake is off. Battery, generator, anti-collision light. Horn. That works. Horn is back off. Fuel pump. Pitot tube. Clear left, clear right. Clear. Switch. Safety switch. Make sure that all my controls are functioning. Sim volume 10. Sim volume 50. Sim volume 100. I don't think the thing's controlling my volume now. Sim volume 50. Sim volume 10. Nah, it's not controlling my volume anymore. Dang it. Please stop going into... Oh my god, it revs up to 110%. Alright. Rolling up. Horn on while we're getting all that going. Let me get all my other stuff activated. So ATC and GPS. Oh, keyboard's in the way. Alright, there we go. Barry, no, the game just crashed, so I don't know if it just disconnected. It was running just fine because I literally used it to get coordinates. Stopping and restarting it now. But I've been having just weird crashes where it just... I think this last one was a VR crash, though. Alright, set my altimeter. Oh, hold on. Helps me focus on the game. Alright, let's get out of here. Actually, shit, no, not yet. I have to stop and restart a little nav map now. Oh. I had to go close it and instead just clicked on the game behind it, so I didn't even do anything. Alright, little nav map. Can I take that? Yeah, I'm gonna move that little table a little bit forward. It's a little bit harder to see. Actually, it's actually seeing my other joystick here. Just the tip. Sounds wrong, but not wrong. Alright. Reposition windows. There we go. Ooh, that actually moved us quite ways off course, so I'm gonna go and backtrack a little bit. Okay, RPM good, everything's good. Landing light good, picking up. Yeah, it seems like after, restarting the game, suddenly everything is super smooth again. I don't know if that's because we just started a fresh game or the fact that I just disabled a bunch of those extra VR things. Might be a mixture of both. Next track, volume 40. Alright. and go back to where the game crashed. Oh, dang, I almost forgot. Dang it. I didn't ever load the, I didn't load my flight plan. That's a slight problem. Forgot my luggage. I've got like 300 pounds of luggage that I forgot to remove out the back. It might still be in there. Let me open the door and drop it out. How are the default helis? They are a lot better. When the sim launched, had a really bad issue where volume 10 had a really bad issue where flying over a raised platform would throw the aircraft around. They got that fixed. So that was the big thing. It was causing, like, even during career mode, it was such a pain because, like, you were trying to land on the thing to do, what is it called? I can't even remember what the damn thing. Sorry, I'm having an issue now because I can't seem to. One moment. Just bear with me a minute, guys. Okay, sorry. Little nav map, for it to import into Flight Sim, I have to have an airport as at the beginning and the end. I can't use coordinates for some weird reason. Alright, export flight plan. Save. Reposition windows. Okay, so now, yeah, once they, like, you would hit the platform, and the moment you hit the platform, the aircraft would be thrown up and twisted to one side because you were essentially, the ground effect would come in instantly instead of gradually. But they fixed that in Sim Update 1, which is good. Sim Update 2 seems to have a lot of other little fixes. So I'm running Sim Update 2 right now. Sorry, while I do all this stuff. Documents. Open. There we go. Alright, and now we're back on course. Alright, cool. Let's go. But yeah, overall, I mean, the helicopters feel pretty good. There is some weirdness when it comes to some of the weird limitations. So many flight sims don't do auto rotations properly. It's like there's either too much or too little mass in the rotor, so you can't get it to speed up when you drop the collective, but yeah. And there's not been any third-party developers haven't really made any 2024 specific aircraft yet, so kind of waiting for them to do that. I have a Cohen Sim H125 as well. The one I'm in right now is the Asobo version. The main reason is that the Cohen Sim, I have no fuel gauge, and I kind of need that. Otherwise, I'd be using that one most of the time. So, kind of waiting for them to update it into 2024 before I use that again. Volume 40. Alright, back on route. Following this valley up a little bit. Next track. Oh my god. Okay. Wasn't expecting this song. Volume 40. Alright. So way off in the distance, I'm seeing a couple things of what appears to be smoke. Probably a power plant or something over there. That being said, there's also a point of interest over here. Yep, nuclear power plant way over there. Wish Talk Radio says that there's something here, but it doesn't show anything here. Pause music. Is it going to play something or not? Oh, I forgot to turn it back on. Damn it. That's my fault. See if I can reactivate that now.
The
there
Moselle, German, Mosel, Luxembourgish. Moselle is a river that flows through France, Luxembourg, and Germany. It is a left tributary of the Rhine, which it joins at Koblenz. A small part of Belgium is also drained by the Moselle through the Sauer and the Auer. The Moselle twists and turns its way between Trier and Koblenz along one of Germany's most beautiful river valleys. It flows through a region that has been influenced by mankind since it was first cultivated by the Romans. Today, its hillsides are covered by terraced vineyards where some of the best Rieslings grow, and numerous ruined castles dominate the hilltops above wine villages and towns that line the riverbanks. Trabant with its Art Nouveau architecture and Bernkastel Quays with its traditional market square are two of the many tourist attractions on the Moselle River.
That's cool. Alright, there's another point of interest up ahead. And then I'll be starting and stopping the music repeatedly for the next little bit.
Schengen is a small wine-making village and commune in far southeastern Luxembourg, on the western bank of
we're
the
in
River
Luxembourg
Moselle.
now.
The commune border includes the tripoint where the borders of Germany, France, and Luxembourg meet. After the mergers with Burmerange and Wellenstein in 2011, the commune has a population of 4,223 with an area of 31.42 square kilometers. The largest settlement within the commune of Schengen is Remerschen, after which the commune used to be named. The name of the commune was changed in 2006 to take advantage of the Schengen's name recognition after the signing of the Schengen Agreement there in 1985. Schengen Castle dates from 1390 but was almost completely rebuilt in the 19th century.
Alright, so bear with me one moment. I believe right about here, somewhere right in front of us is the triple point where all three countries meet. Probably kind of where this bridge or something is at. A lot of times they'll have like some special thing on the ground where it is, but I don't know where that would be. Might actually be on that island. Trying to look at a couple different maps to figure it out. It might actually be on this island here. Like right below us, the tip of the island. Or it might even be part of the cuts in the grass, maybe? I don't know. Alright, let me actually, oh, shit. Did it again. Let me get the new playlist up and running. So this is Top 50 Luxembourg, so there's probably going to be a lot of stuff modern here, too. There we go. Top 50 playlist. All right. Because of the top 50 playlist, it might be a bunch of different genres, but I think it's like the top 50 for the country. What's most popular at this time, maybe? Richie Dabs, doing pretty good. How about yourself? Volume 5. Alright, we're gonna let this audio bit play. We did have one crash earlier, but it was a Steam VR crash, so it's doing... game feels much smoother right now.
The Catton Nuclear Power Plant is a nuclear power plant located in Grand Est in the Catton Commune, France, on the Moselle River between Thionville and Trier. It is close to the city of Luxembourg and Metz. It is the 9th largest nuclear power station in the world. The site consists of 4 pressurized water reactors that were all built between 1979 and 1991 and have an electric output of 1,300 megawatts each. The plant is a relatively modern and large nuclear power plant. The plant employs about 1,200 regular employees and about 1,000 more during outage times.
Okay. Volume 40. Drawing and chilling, nice. So yeah, we're kind of on the border between France and Luxembourg right now. Currently in France, but about to cross back into Luxembourg shortly. We're listening to a Luxembourg top 50 playlist right now.
Ouvrage Soetrich is a gros ouvrage of the Maginot Line in northeastern France. Soetrich is located between Petit Ouvrages Immerhof and Oise-Carré, facing the France-Luxembourg border near the town of Hettinge-Grand, part of the fortified sector of Thionville. Compared with other gros ouvrages, Soetrich is compact in arrangement, with the entries and underground ammunition magazines and barracks in close proximity to the combat blocks, accessed through underground galleries at an average depth of 30 meters. Its primary purpose was to cover the main road to Luxembourg, just to the west. Along with its neighbors, Ouvrage Rochenvillers and Ouvrage Morvange, Soetrich was used during the Cold War as a secure command center for NATO forces.
Okay.
Design and construction. The Soetrich site was surveyed by CORF, i.e. Commission d'Organisation des Régions Fortifiées, the Maginot Line's design and construction agency, in 1930. Work by the contractor Degaine Dubois began the same year, and the position became operational in 1935, at a cost of 86 million francs. Soetrich stands just to the east of the Thionville-Luxembourg Road. A military road and a 60 centimeters narrow-gauge railway link the entrance blocks to the rear supply areas. The railway continues through the ouvrage to the combat blocks. The combat and support areas are separated by only 125 meters, and the total length of the main gallery is 625 meters.
Okay. Military thing there. That is a very big tower. Pause music. Birds hovering over something there. Alright, we just crossed into Luxembourg again. I kind of figured because we're going in and out of Luxembourg multiple times here, I'm going to try to play the Luxembourg playlist as much as I can here. recognize that voice. Who's the male singer in this song? Oh, it's Bruno Mars. Okay, I was like, I recognize that voice. Is the music really quiet again, or is it... Did I mess up something on my audio? Volume 30. Volume 40. No, it's I don't know if it's just quiet or not. Volume 50? That's better. Who is this above me? Tap 570. Just double checking and making sure that I actually have live weather. Okay, just making sure. Alright, do have live weather. That's good. Volume 40. Oh, the frame rate feels so much better now. I'm wondering how much the those overlays that I have were actually causing that frame rate drop. I see like a single cloud off in the distance. Myself personally, I like having some clouds because it just gives a little bit more variety to the sky, but again, I'm doing real life weather. This is what it is. It's like a nice day outside. 18 Celsius to Fahrenheit.
64 degrees.
A nice day. Slightly cool, but again, still very nice. Not that bad. Alright, so we have a point of interest right here, then we're turning around. Now, pause music. We also just left Luxembourg, and we're now in Belgium. So after we go this, we're going to turn back around and go right back into Luxembourg again. So, yeah. I'll let this thing play before I cut the music back on. Do a big, gentle circle of this. And it's...
The Semwes is a river flowing from the Ardennes uplands of Belgium and France towards the Meuse, of which it is a right tributary. The source of the Semwes is in Arlon, in the Belgian province of Luxembourg, close to the border with the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Flowing in a roughly westerly direction, it enters France after passing through the Belgian village of Beaune-sur-Semwes and forms about 2 kilometers of the Belgian-French border. It joins the Meuse 24 kilometers further downstream in Montfermeil. The total length of the river is 210 kilometers. Other places on the banks of the Semwes are Chiny, Florenville, Herbumont, Bouillon, and Vresse-sur-Semwes. The earliest documentation of the name, Assesmara, is dated from the 2nd century AD. That was before that region was influenced by significant Germanic immigration. Medieval forms include Sesamires, Sesmaris, Sesmois, and Semwa. The river has given its name to a variety of tobacco grown in the area.
All right. Pause music. "27 miles to the next location." So, if you look down here, you see this area where there's no trees? That's literally Belgium and Luxembourg. So that is the border between the two countries. So, we're in Belgium right now. Now we're in Luxembourg. Now we're in Belgium again. But you can see how it kind of traces this thing over. I think this road literally follows it's on either side of the road. Alright, so we're now in Luxembourg again. Alright. Be in Luxembourg for a little bit now. See, I don't know a lot of more modern artists. My music taste is a lot more 80s, 90s, aughts kind of thing. So, I don't know a lot of these songs. Ooh, we're getting a little bit of stutter now. But then again, we are getting into photogrammetry. Alright, so we are flying over photogrammetry, so this is... I mean, from this altitude it looks okay. This looks a little bit weird with the trees. But we're now getting more proper colors and stuff for the buildings, which is nice. Yeah, if they can figure out how to get their AI to look at the photogrammetry and sharpen up the corners of buildings and or look at the trees and lower the trees and replace them with the regular trees, it would be so nice. Again, from this altitude, the buildings look absolutely fine. Just, you don't want to get any closer. But I love how it will pick up, like, the random trees in the middle of the fields. That is the good thing about the photogrammetry, too. Pick up all the people's cars when they're in a construction site. Actually picks up the 3D-ness of the car. Got a stadium down there.
It is bordered by Belgium to the west and north, Germany to the east, and France to the south. Its capital, Luxembourg City, is one of the 4 official capitals of the European Union and the seat of the Court of Justice of the European Union, the highest judicial authority in the EU. Its culture, people, and languages are highly intertwined with its neighbors, making it essentially a mixture of French and German cultures, as evident by the nation's 3 official languages, French, German, and the national language of Luxembourgish. The repeated invasions by Germany, especially in World War II, resulted in the country's strong will for mediation between France and Germany and, among other things, led to the foundation of the European Union. With an area of 2,586 square kilometers, it is one of the smallest sovereign states in Europe. In 2019, Luxembourg had a population of 626,108, which makes it one of the least populous countries in Europe, but by far the one with the highest population growth rate. Foreigners account for nearly half of Luxembourg's population. As a representative democracy with a constitutional monarch, it is headed by Grand Duke Henri and is the world's only remaining sovereign Grand Duchy. Luxembourg is a developed country with an advanced economy and one of the world's highest GDP per capita, as well as being one of the smallest countries in Europe. The city of Luxembourg with its old quarters and fortifications was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1994 due to the exceptional preservation of the vast fortifications and the old city. The history of Luxembourg is considered to begin in 963, when Count Siegfried acquired a rocky promontory and its Roman-era fortifications known as Lucilenbroek, Little Castle, and the surrounding area from the Imperial Abbey of St. Maximin in nearby Trier. Siegfried's descendants increased their territory through marriage, war and vassal relations. At the end of the 13th century, the Counts of Luxembourg reigned over a considerable territory. In 1308, Henry VII became King of the Germans and later Holy Roman Emperor. The House of Luxembourg produced 4 emperors during the High Middle Ages. Over the centuries, the city and fortress of Luxembourg, of great strategic importance situated between the Kingdom of France and the Habsburg territories, was gradually built up to be one of the most reputed fortifications in Europe. After belonging to both the France of Louis XIV and the Austria of Maria Theresa, Luxembourg became part of the First French Republic and Empire under Napoleon. Luxembourg is a founding member of the European Union, OECD, United Nations, NATO, and Benelux. The city of Luxembourg, which is the country's capital and largest city, is the seat of several institutions and agencies of the EU.
So, it kind of sucks because I'm seeing a lot of the custom buildings, they're raised really high up in the air. They need to be lowered down. Hold on, wait a minute. Did it just fix itself, or is it still broken? Oh, it must have been streaming data or something. It did fix itself. So the bridge then lowered itself into position. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to put in a bug report that information is coming in extremely late or something. That's cool. Now the photogrammetry, however, I don't know if this is a bunch of things being worked on or if this is like a carnival or something, some kind of event. There's a lot of like things around it. But over here you still have like this bridge. Like that's a fancy looking bridge. And then you've got another one over there. You've got another one over there. Like you got a lot of these really, really old bridges. So like this has got to be a beautiful place to be in. It just looks amazing. Looks like they're doing a lot of dredging or something of the river below. Yeah, it looks like they were doing a lot of dredging. But yeah, like this, I don't know what's going on with this. That looks a little bit odd. I don't know what this is either. I think this is some kind of military thing. You can kind of... Ooh, hello. Agent Smart, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, see, so this has got some powers and stuff around it, but a little bit of custom. I mean, it's definitely aftermarket. Well, not aftermarket.
The National
There it
Sports
is.
and Culture Centre COC, better known simply as COC, is a sporting and cultural venue with an indoor arena and
Wait,
Olympic-sized
where?
swimming pool, amongst other facilities, in Kjøpbæk, a quarter of Luxembourg City, in Luxembourg. More recently, it has expanded into providing on-site hotel services and acting as a conference venue. The project was divided into two stages, with priority given to the swimming pool, on which construction began in 1974. Initial construction work was dogged by a rumor in the national press that the Olympic pool did not meet the international requirements for a length of 50 meters owing to miscalculations in the planning stage. Though this later proved to be untrue, significant delays were incurred with the swimming pool inaugurated behind schedule on the 14th of April 1982. However, the controversy was short-lived, with residents, sports professional and amateurs alike enthralled with the quality of the facilities.
All right. So where was that? Ah, the sports center. Okay. Oh yeah, that's definitely a custom building. So the 82 Olympics, they said? Or it was built in 82, probably for the 84 Olympics, maybe? That's a crazy looking building. Continuing on. There's a lot of point of interest in this area, so trying to get it to trigger all these different things. Museum of Modern Art over here. I don't know if I can actually get it to play these, sadly. Oh, dang. I didn't even see these earlier. Didn't even look over here, to be honest. I can see the moat. Okay, so to me, that is cool as hell. The mixture of medieval and modern buildings. Sucks that I can't get the audio thing to play, though. The shape of this thing looks cool as hell, too. Alright, where to next? This way. That is a very interesting kind of texture on the side of that building. What is that thing? Hexagonal and everything. Alright, so this is only a couple miles away. I'm not gonna cut the music on just yet. Oh, this is an airport I need to stop at. Looks like DLH is about to take off. We will go behind it, but above, so we don't get in those engines. Actually, hold on, wait. Now I'm curious. Sim Update 2 is supposed to have wake turbulence. I don't know if it does the turbulence from the engines. Let's see if it does. If I start getting thrown around here... Nah, see, right here, in real life, you would not want to be. Be a little bit windy. Yeah, so we're not getting any kind of wake turbulence from the engines yet. Tune into tower so we can see if we can listen to this. So you see how this aircraft is still coming in right here? KLM 1711. Now that KLM has come in and landed, or they're coming into land, give it a moment and then you'll probably see this aircraft start rolling, because again, these are all real life aircraft. They're just being shown with like a slight delay. And what'll usually happen is that the tower here will then, once they have clearance, allow them to get on the runway to take off. So, we're gonna wait a moment. Another aircraft coming in.
Citation 433 Mike Whiskey, hold short of runway 12 traffic on final. Holding short of runway 12, citation 433 Mike Whiskey.
I don't know if the AI looks at the movement of the real-life aircraft and then does stuff, or what. See that aircraft right there? LGL 8255. They're still going up. But they are hauling ass. Actually, how are we doing on fuel? About 30%. Actually, guys, real quick, I'm actually going to do something a little bit odd. I'm going to go down to idle, turn the horn off. What I'm going to quickly do here is I'm going to cut to exterior view. I'm going to let you guys watch this aircraft take off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this around right there. Turn those. Oh, didn't want that. Turn those off. Turn those off. Okay. Real quick, guys, I'm actually going to use the bathroom. I will be right back, and then when I get back, we will continue. So hopefully, by the time I get back, the aircraft is taken off or something. We will see. So, be right back. You have to be really careful not to bump the cycle here. Again, the helicopter is running, so I don't want to bump the site like this. If I move that around, the helicopter is bouncing around a little bit. Don't fight long haul.
Delta clear to land runway 31.
Land runway 31, 924 Foxtrot Delta.
I'll cross back to that grab the model that I have. Oh man. Okay. We're going to take off at some point, plane. Set up again. Okay. Back in. I don't think they're moving. Rolling back up. Horn on. Good to go. Let's get out of here. Picking up. Getting light on the skids. Balancing. See how if I see how it's tipping forward if I don't pull back slightly. What I'm trying to do right now is just find the center of gravity as we're sitting here, and if I have no input, you'll see like it starts tipping one way or the other, right? Same thing with anti-torque rotor, but I'm trying to find that balance point and just little by little give a little bit more collective, increase the amount of lift until finally you break free of the ground and then you're hovering. It's trying to find that balance point. Right now, with the amount of stuff that's in the helicopter, myself, the fuel in the fuel tank in the back, the fuel tank is back there, so the weight's going to be more rearward. As I run out of fuel, the center of gravity will actually transfer forward, so you have to kind of balance it. Your center point is completely different depending on what your load is. And Cool Dog, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Let's get out of here. Stay clear of the runway because there are still a lot of aircraft coming in. We are at 80. Full collective, go up, maintain that 80 knots. Actually, we're up to 90 now, good. A lot of aircraft on the tarmac today. Anybody landing or taking off? I guess not. Alright, there's a point of interest in front of us somewhere. Actually, right over there, Munsback Castle. So let's run off to the runway. See anybody?
Munsback Castle is located to the southwest of Munsback near Schuttronge in central Luxembourg. It now belongs to the Institut Universitaire International Luxembourg, which provides educational courses in business, European law and public sector management. The castle also hosts the European University Foundation, Campus European network of universities, which promotes European citizenship and multilingualism through student exchange and academic cooperation. The castle is a residence in the Baroque style built in 1775. It has 2 towers and a number of dependent buildings.
I have a feeling that marker is not actually where it is, because I'm not seeing anything that looks like a castle there. Usually, a lot of times the castles tend to be put up on a hill, and I'm still not really seeing it. Huh. I don't think this is in the right spot. I mean, it says it's there, but I am... Nothing even on the terrain looks castle-esque. Actually, you know what? It might be this structure here. That looks a little bit more like it would be a castle. I don't know. Yeah, not sure with that one. Alright, next point of interest is 18 miles away, so we're going to cut the music back on. Next track. Alright. Probably turn that back on. Shoot! God, I swear, last couple weeks I've been having this congestion going on. Every now and then I get that thing where it's like in my lungs. Never a good feeling. Now I'm super lightheaded. Oh man. Time.
6:53.
Victorian period castles are referring to large estates and less military structures. That makes sense then. Yeah, for anyone coming in right now, we are currently flying over Luxembourg. I'm currently playing a top 50 playlist for Luxembourg as we fly through here. It is a smaller country, so I want to try to play the music as long as I can while I'm bouncing around here. See some solar panels over there.
Cleared for takeoff. Making right traffic, cleared for takeoff, runway 21, Warrior 371, Bravo, Charlie.
Beautiful area, though. And, of course, the ads start playing. Oh, look, a golf course. Fly down and annoy the golfers again. Golf course. Shoot. And Cool Dog, thank you very much for that sub too. I don't know why that alert didn't play. Oh no! The game crashed again. Hold on. Nope, it crashed. That was not a Steam VR crash, though. Volume 10. Hold on one moment. Event viewer, what happened? See, I try to go into event viewer after a crash to see if I can identify what is actually going bad. And let me double check my Sim Market app. Because, yeah, the only... that might be it then. No, I uninstalled that. Shoot. So it's not the Germany roads, it's something else. Belgium, Denmark, Netherlands roads. Ooh, that might be it. Let me delete that one. There might be something weird with the road mods that I have. The road mods are supposed to be... it just clears the trees away from where the roads are. Am I running native or using DLSS? I am using DLSS. However, I'm also running through Steam VR. Steam VR, I'm running 150% render resolution. Pause music. So, okay, so weird thing while I get the sim to start back up again. Actually, hold on. Let me, before I do anything else, let me check event viewer again. Application error, flight sim, timestamp, application start time, path. It's just the exe crashed, so it doesn't give me any information. Damn it. Faulting package, relative application ID, nothing, so that doesn't help at all. Crap. Reliability history. Sometimes that shows things that it doesn't get. Flight sim, stop working. Time.
6:58.
Okay, so let's look at the 6:55 crash. Okay. No, it's still the exe file. Dang it, I don't know. Yeah, cool dog. Yeah, I have to lower the Steam render resolution to about 120, 130%, to have a decent frame rate when running VR chat. When I say decent frame rate, maybe 60, 70 FPS. However, that 120, 130 looks like crap for the instruments in the actual cockpit of the aircraft, so I'd bump it back up to 150. My general thing that I try to do is I change all my graphical options in the game to get my wanted FPS, and that stresses mainly the CPU. Then after that, I then go into Steam VR and then bump that render resolution up, and that stresses the GPU. So you're able to keep the frame rate, but then the GPU actually works, and then you can get a sharper image, and then you get the CPU and GPU balance, so you still maintain your FPS, and it still looks good. At least that's what I've been doing. Annoyingly, the render resolution thing only works on Steam VR with the current SimUpdate 2 beta. It does not work on the live version of the game right now. If you were running the live version of the game, I would recommend to continue to use virtual desktop, though. Okay. I think that was my, if I was sleeping, I should be waking up right now, alarm. Double check something. Because I do have a phone call with the Veterans Administration in about an hour and a half that I will have to kind of pause the stream while I do that, which is kind of annoying, but we'll get to that point when we get to that point. Alright, so I got to restart Flight Sim Track. Alright, so we last landed at the Luxembourg airport. Let me get all this stuff going. Yeah, cool dog. Yeah, like it makes such a big difference. How have I been feeling since the operation? Actually pretty good. The problem that I'm having now is that, so in the last 2 months I've had 2 operations. One was the epidural, which is literally they put a needle in, they inject the epidural fluid or whatever around my spinal column. The problem with that one is that it is supposed to last between a month and 2 months. Well, I'm at a month and a half. So the epidural is starting to wear off. So every now and then I'll turn and I'll be like, ugh, like, oh shit, like that still pinches, right? However, the surgery I had last Thursday, that was called the radio frequency ablation surgery. That's the one where they stick the needles in and then they run electricity through it, and it heats the tips of them up so it burns everything around where the exposed metal part of the needle is, and that kills the nerves. That one's good for a year and a half. Well, the epidural, that was where 90% of the pain is coming from, and that's the one that's wearing off now. It's like, shit, you know? So I am having a little bit of, at the extremities, I get that pinch, and I'm like, oh shit, stop, you know. But overall, it's feeling a lot better. That being said, not this week, but I see now you're making me check. Hold on a minute. Today's the 29th. I think on the 8th, yes. So the 8th of May, I'm going back into the hospital to speak with the doctors that have done the 2 surgeries, and then now that we know that both locations are causing pain, and we now know that the one with that bone hook is the one that's causing the worst, then they'll set me up for the big surgery where they'll actually go in and remove bone to actually stop a lot of the pain. So yay and stuff, right? All right, Brussels, where is Luxembourg? Luxembourg is, let's see here, ELLX, Echo, Lima, Lima, X-ray. Zoom in. All right, so there's the Luxembourg airport, and we did make it over to Lunsbeck Castle, and then we crashed somewhere here-ish. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to revert back to this castle, which again, I'm not really seeing the castle. We're just going to go back on top of this hill, set a custom departure, on ground, shut down, and let's see here. Start flight. And I think I have to restart all my stuff because we have now lost all our routes. But we'll get back into VR in a moment. Finish that Mountain Dew. All right. So let's restart Little Nav Map. So Little Nav Map, when the game crashes, it loses track of where the helicopter is and it throws an error. I have to stop and restart it to get it to work again. All right, so now Control Tab. Oh, no. Focus on the game and Control Tab. Go back into VR. There we go. Reset our view. Awesome. Okay. You guys actually see the game now, right? I hope. Yes, good. Okay. Take our blade socks off and our engine covers. Get our static port and pitot tube. Let's reset all our switches to off. Okay, we can turn that off. And we can... Actually, hold on. Let me double check something. Did I not set that? I might have. I don't remember now. Hold on. Yeah, I do. I can open and close that door. Annoyingly, you can fly with that door open. However, the game goes, oh no, and it wrecks the aircraft. I want to be able to... That one, however, you can't fly with that one open because it's kind of catching the air. But that one, that's the entire point of it having that sliding doors so it can be opened and closed. Sadly. Shut. Boo and stuff. In real life, this is the only aircraft that I never flew with the doors off. When we flew with the Robinsons, if it was a really hot day, we actually took the doors completely off. Which made it, or at least, I take it back, we took off the front doors. Because inside the helicopter, you didn't really, wasn't that bad. Like, don't stick your hand outside because it's like holy shit, it's like sticking your head outside on a highway, right? All right, and sorry, now I've got to fix all my other stuff again because we don't have our route anymore. So little nav map. Open my route and start deleting these until we catch up to the Luxembourg airport, which is right there. Cool. All right. So now close that. File. Export flight plan. Flight plan must have a valid airport as start and destination. Damn it. Yes. Oh, shit, no, cancel. One more. Okay, there we go. File. Export. Save. According to this, we have 14 more points of interest before my current route is done, and then I have to replot a new route. All right. Reposition windows. So that takes the full screen little nav map and shrinks it to fit actually on my little screens here. Makes it really, really convenient. And now I got the hiccups. Okay. Back to the sim. Power on. Turn all those on. Horn works.
Reduce speed to 220 knots for sequencing.
Reducing to 220 knots, Virgin 875.
Sim volume 5. And now it works again. Sim volume 60. I don't know. Volume 30. Pause music. Pause music. Next track. And suddenly Spotify doesn't want to work. Alright, had to restart the audio. Volume 10. Volume 30. Okay, that seems to work. Again, I'm just doing a function check between everything. Good to go. Start the... Should be clear. Oh, I know this song. I don't know this version of the song. Okay. I thought it was a different song. I'm going to load my flight plan while we're letting the aircraft spool up. All right. All right. 3 Days Grace did a great cover of the original. I remember hearing that one. I have never heard this variation of the song. Okay, rolling up. Horn on. Picking up. Now we are slightly on a slope. See if I'm going to try to do something and show you guys here. See how my helicopter is slightly tilted to the right? You try to get really light on the skids. Let me get it balanced here. Right there. So what you try to do is you try to pick up enough where the helicopter goes level. See how it's level now? Well, I kind of exaggerated there. And once it goes level, then you pick it up all the way. It's a little bit weird trying to fly at an external view. I need to figure out a better way of capturing an outside view while I'm flying in VR. I don't know.
American 106, contact New York Center on 133.2.
With Houston, New York Center, 133.2, American 106.
Alright. Heading north again. Alright, let's get our Push Talk client running again. Okay. What are my stats? I have so far visited 118 point of interest. That's crazy. World coverage, 0.02%. That's funny. I have a ways to go, I think. So, talking a little bit more about VR stuff, I am really considering purchasing one of those big screen VR2s. This headset has a 25 pixel per degree pixel density. The big screen VR is 35. However, it is a wired headset. It is not wireless. However, it doesn't have batteries. It's really, really tiny. All that kind of stuff, but it is also expensive. It's like $1,200. It does have eye tracking though, which is another thing that I'm really interested in. I don't know. They start shipping in June, so it's a ways away, even if I ordered one right now. Oh, the index is 11 pixels per degree. 11 to 35, holy shit. I mean, hell, going from the index to my Quest was a huge upgrade. Me double tapping the headset goes into pass-through mode. I was just in my room for a moment. Hold on. I gotta reset the view. My bad. But yeah, the big screen, yeah, it's crazy. To kind of put something into perspective too, if you have a 40-inch TV, 40 inches from you, and it's a 1080p TV. So think about something that big, that far in front of you, that pixel density is 45 pixels per degree. So 35, we're getting close to having like a monitor to be able to mimic monitors kind of thing, right? That's nice. We're getting there. I suddenly just realized I have no idea what the pixel density is on that Apple headset. I don't know. I think it might also be... I can't remember if theirs was 40 or if theirs was also 35. Actually, let me double check my battery. Oh, we're fine. Doesn't seem to be charging though. Okay, battery doesn't seem to... So we're out of power there. Back on the charger. Grab another battery. And there goes. I love magnets. And I heard that power on. Those turbines are spinning a lot faster than they were earlier. It's a 20-knot wind. Okay. The wind's going from right to left currently. Go up and over this. So we're looking for another castle. Probably that point of interest over there, maybe? It's one of these two. Probably that one. Probably about 6 miles away. So that should be showing up soon. Bad Bunny, I don't know who that is.
Hawaiian 645, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Declining to flight level 380, Hawaiian 645.
You can see a couple animals down below. Yeah, those birds should not be that freaking big. Like, if the birds are casting shadows that big on the ground, there's something wrong. Yeah, there we are. And I can actually see a 3D model over there, so that looks like it is a custom model. Nice.
Hawaiian 645, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Declining to flight level 380, Hawaiian 645.
Pause music. Alright, so we're about to get the audio again, I think. But this one looks a little bit more detailed, so we are going to slow down a little bit. as we get closer. Start descending. Sim volume 70. Should be able to hear a lot more blades slap in the helicopter, though. Oh, this is a fancy looking castle.
Vianden Castle, located in Vianden in the north of Luxembourg, is one of the largest fortified castles west of the Rhine. With origins dating from the 10th century, the castle was built in the Romanesque style from the 11th to 14th centuries. Gothic transformations and trimmings were added at the end of this period. A Renaissance mansion was added in the 17th century, but thereafter the castle was allowed to fall into ruins. It has, however, recently been fully restored and is open to visitors. Set on a rocky promontory, the castle stands at a height of 310 meters, dominating the town of Vianden and overlooking the river Arp about 100 meters below. The castle and its dependent buildings have a total length of 90 meters.
That's cool. And it's cool too, because like you can look down, you can see where the entranceway is, right? Like, see, okay, so over here, so over there's the entranceway, and they've got these essentially choke points, right? So like if you go into the castle the easy way, right? You got people can just stand up here and shoot down at you with their arrows or whatever. Same thing with like up here. Like they've got you covered your entire entrance trying to get into the castle. And each one of these locations, they can close the door and then you're stopped up and you're trying to break through the door and you're just getting attacked, and it's like, good lord. Right? And you finally get up here, start having some of the buildings and stuff, I guess for like, I don't know, stables, horses or something. Then you turn the corner and it goes up another frickin' level. Go through that gate. It goes up another level, big ramp. Got a set of steps next to it. Probably a ramp so they can get carts and stuff to the upper area if need be. But then you have this entire area up here too. This is just like, I don't know, I love like seeing the engineering from this stuff. Whoa, 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 okay, whoa, okay. So sometimes there's some weird geometry things going on, and that just kind of knocked my aircraft away. That was a little bit weird. Can't get that close apparently. I'm like looking this way, and next thing I'm just seeing blue. Seeing the sky, that was really odd. We've got like this ramp thing in between the buildings there, and that's kind of weird. Probably water drainage. Looks like water drainage. Alright, let's get out of here. Continuing on. Oh wait, hold on. Let's turn this way. I think I see a dam. It is. That's cool too. I don't think it's supposed to have that rock texture on it though. Next track. Alright, let's get out of here. scare the crap out of all the people in the cars. All right. Double check and make sure we have, if we have any point of interest around us. I don't see any. There's supposed to be a turbine right there. Map hasn't been updated to place that one down. Here's some animals right next to some power lines. Aim for the power pole. Power lines never go above the power pole, so that's a safe place to cross. Alright, stay up here for a little bit. Nice little valley here. Animals are all down below the power line. That's a cool little town there. See horses and sheep there. What's over here? Is that a cow? There's a cow, a horse, couple cattle. All right. So again, power pole directly in front of us. Aim right at it. And then, actually screw it. We're just gonna go underneath the power lines. Alright. So I believe... yeah, we are still in Luxembourg right now. Still going to be here for a little bit. There is several point of interest in this area. So this time I'm aiming for that power pole, and we're gonna go up and over it. Dodge the birds. There we go. Alright, we have Bitburg Airport in front of us. Ooh, I forgot to turn that on again. Bitburg Airport, helicopter, Sierra, Quebec, uniform, Echo, Echo, inbound for touch and go. We'll be departing to the east afterward. Volume 10.
Helicopter Sierra Quebec, uniform Echo Echo. Flying down the tower, runway 5. Left circuit approved. Report downwind each time.
Report downwind, helicopter, uniform, Echo, Echo. Radio volume 30. Come on, touch the skids. Only doing it at 120, 130 knots. There we go. Touchdown at that airport. Let's go. Oh, shoot. It did that thing again. Hold on a minute, guys. Sorry. I have this really nasty thing where it keeps unfocusing on the game. Oh, why does it keep doing that? Super weird. Okay, let's try that again. Volume 40. Wait, Spanglehelm. Oh, are we back in Germany already? Or am I thinking of a different... Hold on. Oh no, I've already left Luxembourg, haven't I? Somebody's gonna have to look at the map and let me know what country I'm in now. I might be back in Germany again. Probably pay attention to where I'm going. Spanglehelm, helicopter, uniform, Echo, Echo, inbound for touch and go. We'll be departing to the north. Volume 10. Radio volume 40. Radio volume 30. Alright, let's do another touch and go. We are about 40% fuel. We are still good. 120 knots. So, like, I'm riding in the ground effect right now. And I'm just lowering the collective more and more to let the total amount of lift get reduced as much as possible. Until we finally touch down. Drag the skids for a little bit, get some sparks going, and then get out of there. So yeah, this is definitely a military base. Spanglehelm, yeah. I believe that's Germany. This might be a U.S. forces in Germany base, I think.
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike traffic at your 12 o'clock.
Radio
1
volume
mile,
20.
Cessna Skyhawk on final.
Traffic inside. Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
All right. Nice bridge there. Volume 40. I'm going to climb a little bit so we have a little bit better view here. A little bit of a forested area here. Alright, awesome. We're about 1,000 feet up. Terrain is just constantly up and down though, so say at about 2,000 feet. Wonder what that structure is down there. It's some kind of office building. Multiple level kind of thing. Couple of towers down here that aren't labeled. Nice weather today though.
Foxtrot Alpha 2, hold short of runway 30 traffic on final.
Holding short of runway 30 Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
Volume 5. Vichel Air Base Helicopter Uniform Echo Echo inbound for touch and go. We'll be departing to the west afterwards. Radio volume 20.
Helicopter Sierra Quebec here. Uniform Echo Echo, Echo Tower, runway 3, left circuits approved. Report downwind each time.
Report downwind, left circuits, helicopter uniform Echo Echo. I hate that bug. Cuts my audio out like that. Drag the skids. There we go. Pick back up. What is that? Well, that's cool. I don't remember the name of that thing, but pusher and puller props. Alright, let's get out of here. Hello sheep, hello horse. Volume 40. Alright, continuing on. Alright, this leg is 64 miles. So we gotta actually shoot. I take that back. There is a point of interest over here. Let's deviate.
Mustang, November 1 Kilo Uniform 59. Descend to pattern altitude, report a 2-mile final.
Descending to pattern altitude, will report 2-mile final Mustang, November 1 Kilo Uniform
Radio
59.
volume 5. Pause music. Okay, let's get this audio. Wallenderborn. So this might just be the...
The Wallenderborn or Wallenborn is a cold water geyser in the village Wallenborn.
Oh!
It is adjacent to the reactivated Andernach geyser, an active cold water geyser in Germany. Experts disagree on whether the Wallenderborn can be described as eruptive course, but periodic gas outbreaks have been witnessed since time immemorial. Until being drilled, Wallenderborn was therefore at least a moffat. The high water surge of a typical hot spring was found only after construction work. The fountain is operated geyser-like. The artificial conduit is located below the water surface of a small pond. The water is therefore not thrown like a fountain, but turbulent. The fuel gas of the geyser is carbon dioxide. It contains traces of other gases like hydrogen sulfide, which leads to a smell reminiscent of rotten eggs.
Huh, okay. So we got some geology stuff going on there that's causing the geyser or geyser to form there. That's cool. Next track. And now we have a little bit of travel time. Try to get some speed here. And in fact, if I climb a little bit, we might actually get a little bit of maybe a little bit of a tailwind here. Pause music. Striker Wolf, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. Yep, we have about a 14 knot tailwind right now. Got to drive to work in some storms. I had a pretty bad storm last night. We were getting pinged with a bunch of tornado watches, and I did have a big branch hit my roof, but no damage. But overall, okay. You can see looks like some railroad tracks down there. Or no, that's not a railroad. No, that's the railroad right there. That's the railroad. And it gets wider at that bend up there. Next track. Alright, getting back on course.
Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike, extend downwind, I'll call your base.
Be safe though, dude. That, yeah. Rainy weather's never fun to drive in. Time.
7:49.
All right, again, reminder, guys, I am supposed to have a phone appointment with the Veteran Administration around 8:30-ish. I'm going to try to pause the game or something during that. Not exactly sure what I'm going to do yet. I'm wondering... I wonder if I can fly the helicopter while doing my over-the-phone appointment. I'm gonna have to turn the microphone off. Might have to turn the music off. But... I don't know. I'll figure it out when we get there. Oh, you know what we might have to do later? I need to redesign a new front piece to hold my Vive tracker, but then also take the facial tracker and allow it to fold up out of the way so I can take a drink. Might have to design something. And make a 3D print later. I don't know. I've got a bunch of little 3D print projects I need to do. It is almost, well, it's 2:50-ish right now in Luxembourg, or I should say, we're still in Germany right now. Actually, am I about to pass into Belgium or the Netherlands? I think back into Belgium. We're in Germany right now, I think. Ooh, and in fact, let's deviate. There is a point of interest this way. we should go. It's some kind of battle. Let's go get it. Probably turn our landing light off. It's the middle of the day and we're not landing right now. Another really cool function of AI that would be really neat is for things like that where you have the imagery of the turbine on the texture of the ground, have the AI remove that turbine from it so you still get the 3D model but you don't have the duplicate image of it or something. That'd be a good use of using AI maybe. Pause music. So is this a World War I or a World War II battle? Let's find out. Oh no, the game crashed again. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, is this a game crash or... No, it's not Steam VR, because Steam VR is fine. What the heck is going on? No, Steam VR is fine. Dang it! I mean, it's been relatively stable the last few days, and then today it's just crash, crash, crash. Let me check and make sure. I'm uninstalling a bunch of stuff. That sucks. See, like, if I could figure out if it was an add-on, it'd be nice to see, you know, it would be nice to see, like, it error out that that was what crashed. But it sucks when you've got just the game crashes and it's the base game that crashes, it's not something else, and you get no information. Actually, hold on a minute. Let's go Steam, right click, manage, browse local files. I just realized they do keep a log, don't they? Oh, let's see here. Turn that off for a moment. Okay. Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 crash log. Because if I can figure out if they do keep a crash log and go through the crash log and figure out what is actually happening, that would be very nice. Okay, event. Says check event viewer. Use event viewer to then copy the error code into the forum page to search for the culprit. The problem is that this is from 2021, so this is the previous one. You could enable SIM Connect logging, which provides some info in the event of a crash. Wait, do I have SIM Connect running? I do not. All right, so we had a warning. 7:57 right now. Last warning was at 7 o'clock, so that was definitely not it. Let me check my information. SR source. 7:57. 7:58. So I have a feeling that crash happened a few minutes ago. I'm getting a whole bunch of registry key founds, but nothing else. Oh, man. Event properties. Yeah, like when it crashes, it literally is just the Flight Sim EXE, which again sucks because I would love to find out exactly which bit it was, because then it would be nice to be like, oh yeah, it's this specific section of the thing. That's when it does get a little bit frustrating when they make their EXE one single thing, and it doesn't, when it is a certain thing that crashes. Damn it. Yeah, I don't think there is a crash log. Dang it. Flight Sim 2024 crash log location. By default, crash dumps are not enabled in Windows. Cool dog, yeah. Yeah. Oh, by default, crash dumps are not enabled in Windows. You need to enable them in the system registry. Shit. Ooh, okay, hold on a minute. So there's actually a registry thing that you can change. And there goes my first alarm. So, hold on a minute. Let me edit my registry. So, annoyingly, what might end up having to happen here is, let's see, computer, HK, local machine, software, Microsoft, Microsoft, Windows. It's like editing the registry is always like, ugh, right? Windows error reporting, local dumps. Okay, so then they added 3 new registry values. New. And that is, oh my god, D word, 32-bit value. Dump count. Change that to hexadecimal 10 to 16. The other day I was having crashes with a game and asked one of the AI and it actually helped. The only problem with the AI asking thing is that it has to have a reference of somebody else that fixed it. The problem right now is that Flight Sim 2024, especially Sim Update 2, is so new, and if you do any AI asking of anything, it keeps going back to Flight Sim 2020. So it's like, that's where it gets frustrating. Okay, new expandable string value, dump folder. Okay, so this will be value data. Local app data. Backslash. Crash dumps. I'm hoping that when I'm done with this and I'm actually getting error logs for all these crashes, it'll help me narrow down what's actually causing this. Okay, register D word. Dump type. Making sure that the capitalization is exact. And that one is 1. Okay, so first section done. Second section. All right. Windows error reporting. Local dumps. And now we expand that and we find Flight Simulator 2024, which does not exist. So we're making a new one. Right click, new. It's Windows related, not game related. No, the problem is that we're having an issue with the game. The problem is that the Windows event viewer does not give me a lot of information. It just says Flight Sim 2024 crashed. That doesn't help me because like every time that we've had a crash, that's the only information it gives. It's just the Flight Sim 2024 EXE has stopped functioning, right? What I'm doing now is I'm actually making changes to my registry to attempt to get it so the next time it does crash, it actually does a Windows log where it gets essentially a recording of what was happening before, what was happening during, and then what happened after it crashed, to try to give me more information, to try to figure out exactly if it is a plugin versus if it is the game. If it's the game, I can take that information and be like, hey, Asobo, this is what I'm having an issue with, and maybe it will help them. If it's one of my plugins, I can be like, okay, and delete that plugin, right? But until I can figure out what it is, I can't really do much with it. Again, reminder, it is currently 8:05. I am supposed to be receiving a phone call from the Veterans Administration. I probably need to use the bathroom right before it because it's usually a long phone call. I'm going to keep the stream running. It's kind of annoying that I have to do these phone appointments, but one of those things. I need to add. So how do I add in a folder? New. Key? It is a key. Okay. Flight Simulator 2024.exe. Okay, so you have to be exact with the spelling. Lowercase s in simulator. Okay, we're going to open that up. Okay. And then we're going to add 3 new values here. First one is a registered D word again. Dump count. Set that to a value of 10 in hexadecimal, which is 16 in decimal. Hexadecimal is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, I think it goes to F. F is 16, essentially. So me doing 10, take it back, 0 is 0. Or I haven't done hexadecimal in a while. I'm pretty sure I'm off a little bit there. All right, next one is an expand SZ string value. Set that one to dump folder. And again, we're going to put that same location. Local app data. Crash dumps /MSFS 2024. So now, when the game crashes, it will actually put those crash dumps in a specific folder, which will make it that much easier for me to find. In fact, I'm now going to open that folder. That folder right now does not exist technically because we haven't had a crash. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah. Okay, sweet. Okay. Awesome. So we've already got some stuff in here. Awesome. Last but not least, we need to make one more registered D word with the value dump type. And then make that a value of 1. That's one of those things that the 1 is just a setting in Windows. We just need to actually give it those settings. What is today? Today is the 29th. I actually have 6 crashes in here from today. So we actually have a dump file right here. Hold on one moment. Edit with Notepad++. Okay, we can't read that. That is not human readable. It's just a bunch of null. Close that. Let me see if I can find a program to read a dump file. You can analyze crash dump files by using Windows Debug and other Windows debuggers. Okay. Sorry, this thing is like pressing on my forehead now. Actually, while I'm sitting here, plug that in. The battery is getting power. All right, again, guys, I apologize. We're kind of doing debugging stuff to see if we can figure out why everything is crashing on us, being weird. Okay, so window debug. I'm trying to find a recommended thing to read debug files. Tools to read the small memory dump file. Use dump check utility. Trying to find a legitimate one that is not some kind of bad download. Essentially, okay, so my understanding of what is happening is that when you have a crash, a dump file essentially takes all the memory that is in the RAM at the time, everything that the computer was doing, and it dumps all that information to a file. And this allows you to then look at that file afterwards and figure out, at this point, this is where everything went to shit and something happened. It could be that I have a bad stick of RAM, for all I know. But if it is that, this will kind of tell me, because it'll be like, oh, this area is corrupted, you can't read this, all this kind of stuff, and all that kind of thing. But now it's just the finding a program to actually read it, because the dump file is just raw RAM values so trying to have something that transforms it into something that can be read by a human is what I am now trying to do. Yeah, and window debug is something that Microsoft themselves have. Cool. Let's download that from them. Yeah, WINDBG is what I'm getting right now. Publisher, Microsoft Corporation. Yes, install. All right, it is 8:14. Like I said, I've got this appointment at 8:30. I'm probably going to mute my mic and turn my camera off temporarily. We'll try to get the game up and running again, but let's see here. Oh, sweet. I just drug it over and it loaded everything. So give me one moment, guys. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then I'll at least have the game running in the background. All right. So let's see if I can understand what this thing is trying to tell me. Turn my phone on in case they call. And we can, just for shits and giggles, we can restart that. All right, let's see if I can try to read this. Flight simulator, Stack command. ECXR. Wait for multiple objects. So it seems to be, it's crashing when it's trying to load some kind of model in. Huh. Oh, no, no, no. It's crashing because it's running out of memory. Out of memory lock heart. So we're literally... Ooh, what the hell's going on? So I think we are hitting a memory leak. That makes sense, then. I've been hearing a lot of people having issues where it was having a memory leak. I'm wondering if... What are we loading? It doesn't... That's the problem, is that it's like it keeps loading objects into the... I guess the video card memory, but it's not removing them, so it just keeps filling, and when it runs out, boom, that's when it crashes. So... Okay. Well, then let's try something here. Let's see. Let's do options. Online. Just for shits and giggles. Let's... Now, see, that's the rolling cache. Let me bump that up to 20. See if that maybe does anything differently. Now that is the rolling cache. That is essentially stuff is downloaded from the internet. It gets saved to a spot on the hard drive. And then goes from there. It doesn't do anything for the RAM being used. Control-Shift-Escape opens up Task Manager. Open up Resource Manager. I'm going to try to keep this up next time we're flying around to see if the RAM use just keeps rising or something. Memory, here we go. So right now it's using 9.4 gigs committed. It's currently using 5.8. So, One of the other problems might possibly be the fact that I'm running all these other programs too. And there goes my other alarm. So I've got, let's see. We've got 64 gigabytes of memory. We're currently using 26. I don't know. 36 gigabytes are currently in standby. Yeah, so guys, okay, at this point, this is where it's going to be a little bit weird. I don't want to just end the stream because we're just going to go right back into the flight sim when I'm done. My problem that I have now is I have no idea how long this phone appointment is going to take, which is annoying as shit. So let me try to get loaded back in. What was the last airport we landed at? Echo Delta Zulu Oscar. Echo Delta Zulu Oscar. EDZO. Is that the right spot? Wait, is that? Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. So we're going to place our helicopter right there. Well, at least get this thing started. We're gonna kind of sit around the helicopter while I have this damn appointment thing. Cool, dog. That is exactly what'll happen. You know how it is, right? My understanding is that this is supposed to be just a follow-up appointment to another phone appointment I had like a month ago. The problem is, of course, yeah, that's always how it works, right? Always that way. Truck is parked next to my helicopter. Alright. So, I apologize. You guys are primarily just going to see that. I'm going to be muting my microphone as soon as they call. And I'm also going to be hiding my camera for people that read lips, essentially. But, we will get back to the flight sim. But, yeah. Volume 20. Next track. Have some music low in the background while we wait. It's being annoying though. We cannot. It's one of those annoying things, right? The appointment is scheduled for 8:30. They'll probably give me a call at 8:40 or something. So, annoying. Phone appointments make me more anxious than IRL meetings. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. My thing, though, is that because for me to meet them in person, it's like a 2-hour drive. It's like, just call me. It's just essentially, are you taking this medication? Yes. Are you continuing to take the medication? Yes. Okay, we'll continue sending the medication. That's essentially it. And I think they also want to follow up on just, how are you feeling after the back surgery you just had last week? So that's the kind of stuff I don't need to drive 2 hours to go like, I'm good, and then turn around and drive 2 hours back. Because the VA, for trips like that, they actually pay me and they want to like cut their costs a little bit. So yeah, no. Oh, stare up at the sky. I have to restart little nav map now because it broke everything. My thing is just like, I had a couple different types of cancer in 2006. I underwent a bunch of chemotherapy. I underwent a few surgeries to remove some tumors. And ever since then, I've had medical problems, mostly from when they cut me open to remove stuff. And I because of that, my abdomen muscles are like extremely weak. I also have a bunch of nerve damage in my right leg and stuff like that I have to deal with. Kind of annoying, but it's again one of those things. How did I've now lost my damn mouse again. There it is. Yeah, I don't know why. The frame rate on the game looks really, really bad. Let me do a quick check here. Control tab. This is it going into VR. Recenter the view and leave VR. Why does it... Is it because I don't have the headset on? Yeah, look at that. The moment I put my head in the headset, now the frame rate is super fast. Remove my head. Oh, and now it's smooth again. Interesting. I don't know. Frickin' computers, how do they work? Somehow somebody made rocks talk to each other. Oh man. So I've got Windows Resource Manager opened up here right now as we're not moving. It's committed 13 gigs of memory. It's using 7.3. Now we aren't loading new terrain because we're not moving right now, but I am seeing that memory use. It is slowly creeping up. Like hundreds by hundreds. Oh, I can see over time it's just using up all the RAM. So I'm going to have to be monitoring that. I don't know. Trying to watch the number and see if the number ever goes down at all. It just looks like the number just keeps slowly riding up. So I bet you that's what's happening. Is as we're flying, as we're streaming in new data, it's getting sent to the RAM, it's filling the RAM up, and then we get to a point where the RAM's full. It can't take anything new. So there's some kind of memory leak where it's not deleting the old stuff. I think a lot of stuff refers that to as garbage collection, stuff that isn't used anymore. It's just filling up all the RAM with the stuff, and then it gets to the point where, oh, now we're full, we can't go any further, and it just ends. Alright, at this point I'm going to hide the camera. I'll be back in a little bit, and then we will... Actually, no, I'm not going to hide it yet. The moment the phone rings, I'm hiding the camera and muting the microphone. If there's anybody that somebody else comes in and asks what's going on, let them know, please. Oh, crap. And there it is. Be right back, guys. Alright, cool. That went by relatively quick. 8-minute phone call. The moment it clicked over to 8:30, the phone rung. Like, the moment. Like, they were definitely on that. Alright, so, phone appointment is done. Let's see if we can get back into the flight sim and actually do some flying. Alright. Going to VR. Where are my controllers? Can you guys see? Hold on. Time? Alright, you guys can hear me, right? I hope. Alright. Oh, there's a lot of thermals today. Alright, you can hear me, good. Volume 10. Oh, it deleted all my stuff again. Dang it. I'm gonna try to... Crap. Yeah, the fact that it causes little navmap to completely crash, to restart it every time. Reposition Windows. Alright. Try this again. What is going on? Why am I not getting... There it goes. Okay, GPS. Give me that. Give me you. We're just going to put you right there so it's easier to see. Oh, this guy's going to be close to me. Clear left, clear right. Turbine start. Cover down. Fuel pump on, pitot tube heat on. Outside air temperature is currently 18.8 Celsius. 19 Celsius to Fahrenheit.
66 degrees.
Yeah, it's a nice day. Okay, I don't have any way of seeing my RAM use while in VR. Ooh, interesting. So we were using 17 gigs of RAM. Now we're down to 16. So it's actually, it is getting rid of some. I'm just now wondering if there's other things that are happening where it's not able to get rid of it fast enough at certain times, maybe. Alright. Rolling up. Horn coming on. There we go. This truck wasn't right next to us, but whatever. Cool dog, what's up, dude? I'm sorry, I'm there. Orange and red names. Nanomonk, good morning, how are you doing today? It might be a mod We're currently down to 16.1 gigs. 16.17. 18, 17. Yeah, it's going up and down. It will change. It'll start changing when we start moving again. I am so sorry, Nanomonk. Thank you for letting me know about that. So this is capturing the entire screen, which is excellent if I'm playing flat screen. But when doing VR, I only grab the left eye. And the left eye is also stabilized, so it gets rid of a lot of the jerky motion. I am so sorry because I was just on the a Veterans Administration phone call that I switched it to flat screen mode. Thank you for letting me know about that. All right. Slowly picking up. Actually, let's turn this camera back on. Headlight on. Okay, we're starting to get light. What? Car just bouncing. Weird. Alright. Take off into the wind. Battery is full. This reservoir looks artificially created. Like they pump water up into it or something. And see, they've got another one down there, which makes me wonder if it's another one of those using water as essentially battery storage. They pump the water up during the day when extra power is being made, and then at nighttime, or no, they pump it at nighttime, and then during the day, it runs the water through a turbine to get more power for more use or something. Kind of a weird thing, but it works. Alright, and now we're going to continue this way. Keep monitoring. We're now down to 15 gigs, so the RAM use has actually gone down. I don't know if it's because I raised that cache value up. So it's not having to store it all in the RAM. There's more space on the hard drive for it to use. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Alright. Get some speed, though. Volume 40. Further from the ground? No, I raised the cache limit, the amount of data that's allowed to be stored on the hard drive. But, I don't know. Again, we were just flying through Luxembourg. The music we're playing right now is Luxembourg Top 50 playlist right now or something. I don't understand a damn thing that's being said, but... it's like, oh look, a valley. here. Alright. Let's see. Make sure I'm still on my route. Got a few animals down below. A few more down there. Trim any tree over 65 meters. There's a few of those. There's been a few error trees in the game that you have some, like, I think there was like a big giant tree in Pennsylvania or something. I don't know. All right, let me get this other stuff up and running. Start the Bush Talk client. What are my stats now? We have currently stopped at 120 point of interest. Oh wait, is the radar thing not working? Sorry, I'm getting a map thing set up. Okay. Nah, 2024 is a lot better with the trees because the trees are actually 3D objects instead of just being an image of a tree on a flat billboard. I hated the trees in 2020. These ones, you can literally dodge individual branches. 2020, you have an invisible rectangle. The tree is pasted onto it, but if you hit anywhere on the rectangle, the helicopter is wrecked. So the tree image might be right here, but the rectangle extends like this, and then you crash because you hit an invisible tree. It's so stupid. Hello, horse. And I've got the mod that actually adds these power lines. If you hit those power lines, it wrecks the aircraft. You cannot hit those, just like in real life. Oh, cool, dog. That's why I land in the tree. I literally put the skids down on the tree. It's fun. Alright, we're almost back to the point where the game crashed before. We are back up to 17 gigabytes of RAM. So let's see what it does when we reach that point again. Why does a primary school have a helipad? I mean, okay. Just landed where the rotor should have disintegrated. I've done that a couple times in real life. Literally had 3 feet or less between the rotors and the tree. It was great. Talk about confined areas. It's good practice. It's bouncing between 17 and 16 gigabytes of RAM. So, and there we go again. So there's something here that's causing a crash. Okay. So that's now twice. Essentially, the game has crashed in the same area. Now we're going to do another test. Let me actually... Volume 10. Turn that down. So now we've changed all that stuff with the debug log. So maybe now we're going to get a new crash dump file. Which we did. Ooh, nice. Okay, so let's see. Open with window debug. All right, bear with me a minute, guys, while I attempt to read this log here. What is... For analysis of the file, run this. Okay. Invalid pointer read. So it's trying to, I think it's trying to download a thing, but it can't. And again, it has this stack text out of memory. The instruction at reference memory is the memory could not be. Huh. Yeah, it's some kind of, it might be virtual memory. I don't know how much virtual memory does my 4090 have. 4090 VRAM. It's like 24 gigs. I shouldn't be having an issue with that. Okay, we're gonna do a couple different things here, so just bear with me. First things first, let me go to my desktop. I'm gonna go into my flight sim stuff. Community folder. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to... What am I going to do here? Right click. No. Okay. I have a folder here that I simply have named disabled. And what I'm going to do... I am going to disable all the say intention stuff. Move. Seasons enhanced. Trees are probably going to look like shit. Oh, what did I just... Oh, shit. What did I just do? Move here. Okay. Bear with me. All I'm essentially doing is I'm now disabling a ton of my add-ons. So... Get rid of all that. Move here. Okay, I'm going to keep Bush Talk Radio. I'm going to disable the marinas. I'm going to keep my power lines. Keep lifts, solar farms, giant telescopes. Ooh, I wonder if that's it. Okay, so essentially the only mods I have now are clean up the trees, power lines. Or, wait, was there another thing? Water towers. Ooh, I want water towers back. Water towers are nice. Okay. So I've gone from like 30 mods to 5. Let's try it again and see if it crashes again. Oh, I want to get... It keeps crashing at the same location, though. That's... Like, in fact, here, check this out. Let me show you guys this. Little nav map. Display capture. Okay, so you can see both flights. We were flying along, and something over here crashed it. This Battle of Lazarus Ridge, we haven't actually gotten to it yet. I don't know if there's a... Is there maybe a marker there that's causing a crash? We got a little bit further the first time. The second time it crashed about right there. But it is really odd that whatever's crashing is happening here. It's making me wonder if it might be something over here. Oh my god. Spa, that's where Spa is? Why did I think Spa was in France? It is in Belgium, isn't it? Holy shit. Why did I think it was in France? How the hell did I confuse where Spa was located? All right. Oh, we're definitely doing a lap. We're definitely doing a lap. All right, free flight. Let's try this again. What was the closest airport? Shoot, God. Just choke on my own spit. That's great. EDZO. EDZO. All right, we will get there eventually. Favorite track in the F1 rotation? It's a great track. All right, so we've now taken off there like 3 times. Oh, let me get... So the problem now is I gotta quit little nav map, restart it. Shoot. Okay. And now I need to... Okay, bear with me as I fix things here. Okay. File, export, save. See if I can do this now. Load. Not seeing a route. Supposedly it downloaded a route. Kind of annoying, but whatever. EDKV. So this airport is slightly north of where we were. What I want to do is... Okay, so this lake right here, I've identified it on little nav map, and we seem to have Hey, Cricket. What's up, buddy? Okay. There's the place. That is the place we've been trying to get to. We've been crashing right around here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set myself up whatever the hell this is. That is a turbine. Sure, let's just start there. On ground shutdown. What you up to? Can't wait to get there in your season. I'm guessing you're talking about a Formula 1 video game? Alright, back into VR again. Look forward, hit shift, there we go. Take that off, take that off, take that off. We're getting really good at doing this. Flip all my switches off. Let's get inside. Okay. Okay, good. It does have the map loaded. That's awesome. Oh, come on. Stop doing that. Oh, it keeps... It's so annoying to have the mouse pointer keep sliding off the damn screen. Okay. Oh my god. Don't get complacent with that walk around. I know. You don't want to, but right now, because the game keeps crashing, we're expediting the startup procedure. If I was actually doing real-life flight, we wouldn't have to worry about game bugs, right? But whatever. Battery, power, everything. Horn test. That works. Pitot tube, fuel pump. We are clear. There's nobody around us. Cover closed. Horn test again. Still works. Now, if I get a crash, it's probably not my mods. Okay, we are still using live weather. So the only mod that I'm running now is literally the Bush Talk radio and the power lines. The catch is that the power lines has been running for several weeks with no issues. Bush Talk radio is the only new one, and it, according to this, it's not a Bush Talk radio crash. Where the hell did my damn mouse pointer go? There it is. Okay, right click. Tabs to the right. Whoa, 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 shit! That was my fault. I still had the collective in the upward position from when the game crashed. I never lowered it to 0. Shit. Well, that was crap. I'm going the wrong way. Oh, that was stupid. That was an entirely my fault thing. You always want to return the controls to neutral before you restart the game. Okay, so now, zoom out slightly on the little nav map. Reposition windows. Alright. So, the question now is, are we going to crash again when we reach that point? Let's try. Let's get Bush Talk radio running. Okay. Oh yeah, I definitely did expedite it. Keep forgetting every time it does that. It does kill my fuel pump and the external lights, so I need to make sure that those are on. Alright, so we're about to hit the point where we crashed last time, and that point is right around now. We actually just crossed from Germany into Belgium, right there as well. So there's the second crash. Now we're coming up on the first crash. Pause music. Alright, so we're coming up on where the first crash happened. And our first crash happened somewhere around here. Okay, so far so good. We're past where we had that first crash.
The Battle of Lanzarote Ridge was fought on December 16, 1944, the first day of the Battle of the Bulge during World War II, near the village of Lanzarote, Belgium, along the key route for the German advance on the northern shoulder of the operation. The American force consisted of 2 squads totaling 18 men belonging to a reconnaissance platoon and 4 forward artillery observers, against a German battalion of about 500 paratroopers. During a day-long confrontation, the American defenders inflicted dozens of casualties on the Germans and delayed by almost 20 hours the advance of the entire 1st SS Panzer Division, the spearhead of the German 6th Panzer Army. The Germans finally flanked the Americans at dusk, capturing them. Only 1 American, an artillery observer, was killed, while 14 others were wounded, while German casualties totaled 92. On October 26, 1981, every member of the unit was finally recognized for their valor that day, making the platoon the most decorated American unit of its size of World War II.
Okay. Alright, so far so good. I'm watching the RAM use. We're currently at 15.9 gig. Last time it crashed at around 17. But again, there might be something else going on with the video RAM that's causing the issue. See if we can get any further now. Alright, we also do have a little bit of a tailwind right now, which is nice. Next track. Volume 40. One of my biggest issues with doing these flight sim streams is right now at this moment, my body is set, my body feels like it's 4 in the afternoon. It's not 4 in the afternoon. Time?
9:12.
Okay. We'll get to the point where the sun's setting in the game, and I'll be like, okay, that's it for the stream, you know, end the stream and everything. And then I end the stream, finish everything, put my stuff away. I'll go upstairs and I realize it's noon. I still have the rest of the day left. It's like, holy shit. It always messes with me. It's like my body's going through an instant jet lag when I do that. I think that's one of the reasons why my sleep pattern's so messed up right now. End up going to bed at like 11 in the morning. Wake up at like 8 p.m. Like, it's so weird. But it does let me do these European flights a lot easier during the daytime. So, good and bad, right? Real world time, all messed up. But I can do my streams. All right. LEBL? Is that Lebanese? Or is LEBL airport they took off from? I don't know. It is descending, though. So they are coming into land, it looks like. Landing much further into Germany, though. Or no, hold on. That's heading north. They're probably going to Schiphol. Anybody want to search TRA 6790 and see if they're landing at Schiphol on Flight Tracker or something? I wonder if they're going there. Oh, there's something to our right.
The Malmedy massacre was a German war crime committed by soldiers of the Waffen-SS on the 17th of December 1944 at the Bornes crossroads near the city of Malmedy, Belgium, during the Battle of the Bulge the 16th of December 1944 the 25th of January 1945. Soldiers of Kampfgruppe Piper summarily killed 84 U.S. Army prisoners of war POWs who had surrendered after a brief battle. The Waffen-SS soldiers had grouped the U.S. POWs in a farmer's field, where they used machine guns to shoot and kill the grouped POWs. The prisoners of war who survived the gunfire of the massacre then were killed with a coup de grace gunshot to the head. Besides the summary execution of the 84 U.S. POWs at the farmer's field, the term Malmedy massacre also includes other Waffen-SS massacres of civilians and POWs in Belgian villages and towns in the time after their first massacre of U.S. POWs at Malmedy. These Waffen-SS war crimes were the subjects of the Malmedy massacre trial in July 1946, which was a part of the Dachau trials.
That sucks. TRA 6790. Tango Romeo Alpha 6790. Oh, it's so cool. I can literally see the racetrack right there. Oh, that's awesome.
The Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps is a motor racing circuit located in Stavelot, Belgium. It is the current venue of the Formula One Belgian Grand Prix, hosting its first Grand Prix in 1925, and has held a Grand Prix every year since 1983. Spa also hosts several other international events, including the 24 Hours of Spa and the World Endurance Championship 6 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and the Tissot Spa 500. It is also home to the Uli Royal Fun Cup 25 Hours of Spa, one of the longest motor races in the world. The circuit has undergone several redesigns through its history, most extensively in 1979 when the track was modified and shortened from a 14.10 kilometer circuit using public roads to a 6.95 kilometers permanent circuit due to safety concerns with the old circuit. Despite its name, the circuit is not in Spa but lies in the vicinity of the town of Francorchamps within the boundaries of the municipality of Stavelot, with a part in the boundaries of Malmedy.
How accurate is the scenery? It's, from what I understand, it's a mixture of satellite terrain data and airplane terrain data. It's accurate enough that you can see this. Like, you can see this little hump here. Oh, nope, 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 nope. There you go. So, the height map data is picking up that wall that's right there around this, this turn, but it's not picking up, it's not accurate enough to pick up, like, the actual width of the wall. Sadly, this racetrack does not have custom buildings. It doesn't have, it looks like it's only using auto-generated scenery. That being said, I gotta do a lap now. So this is that really famous turn. You can really see the, like the cars are, oh my god. They're going up that really fast. And then off through the woods. Ah, it's placing trees in the middle of the track. Boo. I believe it's a bit of an... There's not a building here. Just... You've cut the corner. Yeah, I don't quite take those turns as quick as the cars do. I don't think I've actually raced this track since they made that change to that corner there. The two variations. When did they do that? Got a helipad over there, that's good. The buildings specifically, no. They're, like, the sim does use auto-generated buildings for a lot of things. The AI looks at the satellite imagery and goes, oh, we think there's a building there, so it places something down. Other places, they use photogrammetry, essentially airplanes flying low, and then they scan the terrain. It looks good from 1,000 feet up, but when you get close, it looks like melted ice cream. You can see, like, all this is all auto-gen buildings. That's not what the buildings actually look like. Like, this is like pit lane. Don't think the pit lane's that tall there in Spa. But then you have things like this too, which I'm not entirely sure what this is. Do they have a... That's not... I do not know of any football field that is that narrow. I'm not sure what this is. Or what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I don't know. And then there are some buildings that are completely custom made. We're just not near any of those right now, sadly. God, you don't really understand the verticality of this course. Like, this is all uphill, right? Then you get up here, and then it's all downhill again. All the way until you get down there. I mean, that's a lot of... Like, here, let's do this. Because you never really ever see this when you're watching a race. But, you go down here. Here you are down here, and that upper part of the track is up there near those buildings. Like, that's a lot of altitude for a racetrack. See, even going across here, there's a few feet of difference between that. Got a sheep and a horse here. Keep on going up the hill. And then up here, wait, where is the track? Hold on, maybe I've, wait, where is the track? Oh yeah, the track comes up here, sorry. So yeah, about the same height. But you can even, oh my god, look at that. Again, this is like a view you don't really see. Look at that. Between right there and right there, look at that altitude difference just in that one turn. That's insane. Yeah, this is Spa. Like, I mean, look at this. That's a hell of a little height difference there. Again, there is no blue roof building there. I don't know why it has that. Also, in real life, you would never be driving backwards on the track like I am right now. They don't do that because usually racetracks are designed to go a certain direction for runoff and safety reasons. And then we're going back uphill here. I mean, that right there, that's a pretty famous turn on that track right there, too. To get all that speed coming down this hill. And then it is a flat out to the left and then a hard right into another left again. Like, that is an insane turn. And that entire time, they're just going up the hill. I hope there's somebody that is cleaning up the racetracks to get to, you know, populate them with proper buildings and stuff at some point. Of course, we can just cut this corner. Oh, and we hit the rotor. Whoops. Try that again. Turn my fuel pump on, please. Turn my lights back on. There we go. Cross over that. And dip right down here. Touch the skids. Will be a paid add-on. There are some people that make some really nice free mods. I don't know. I mean, I could see if they do like a pack that has a lot of famous tracks. That would be nice. Sadly, I haven't seen any personally yet. That's cool. Alright, let's continue on. Alright. Continue this way. I'm now also seeing... You keep hearing about Spa and the surrounding area. They keep getting into... issues where the people around it, you moved next to a racetrack. How are you getting angry that you're hearing noise? Right? Like that's one of those things that really pisses me off. You moved next to a racetrack. The racetrack's been here for a long, long time. You have no grounds to complain about the noise. They do that all the time. So annoying. Alright, continuing on. Striker Wolf, welcome back, dude. I think we've had 2 game crashes since you left. Alright, let's get back onto our route. Next track. Did not get washed away by the wind and the rain. Good to hear, dude. Yeah, cool, dog. It's annoying. Why are these people making so much noise? Let's close down the racetrack. Why are these people street racing? Because you closed down the damn racetrack. Because you complained about the noise. Like, holy shit. Give the people a place to go and mess around. Holy shit. Interesting, they've got this kind of double dam thing going on. Huh. Looks like it's another one of those, they pump the water from down low into that upper reservoir. It looks like down here, see this kind of clearing right there? Pause music. What they probably do is they will pump water from the river up here, because of course it's going to have evaporation. And then they'll let water go from the upper reservoir to the lower reservoir to get power back during the day. And then at night they probably pump water back up to the top one. And essentially they use this upper reservoir as a battery, essentially. Kinetic battery. Store the water power by raising it up. I've seen that like a lot during our flight around the world. A lot of people, I mean, it's relatively proven technology, but yeah. It's kind of interesting with the little U-shaped lake. They had to put a dam on either side to keep the water from spilling into the village underneath it. Yeah, move next to an airport, like that's, oh my god. Denver, the Denver airport is dealing with that a lot now too. Denver is like sprawling out, and they kind of, the Denver airport was originally built a ways away from the city, and the sprawl has like caught up to it already. It's like, holy shit. Like it has like what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 runways, I think. A huge airport. Next track. Okay, we're about 39% fuel. I don't know any of these songs. European version of Trains Are Loud. Trains are a lot quieter than a lot of other stuff, though. like Jenny. I don't know who this artist is. It's in the top 50 in Belgium though. Or no, Luxembourg, sorry. We are in Belgium now though. When we get done with this route and I have to replot, we'll switch it back over to a Belgium playlist. Ugh. Birds. Looks like that used to be some kind of quarry. The cliff looks like it's been just torn down over time. That area right there.
The Battle of
Pause
Liège
music.
was the opening engagement of the German invasion of Belgium and the first battle of the First World War. The attack on Liège, a town protected by the fortified position of Liège, a ring fortress built from the late 1880s to the early 1890s, began on the 5th of August 1914 and lasted until 16 August, when the last fort surrendered. The siege of Liège may have delayed the German invasion of France by 4 to 5 days. Railways in the Meuse River Valley needed by the German armies in eastern Belgium were closed for the duration of the siege, and German troops did not appear in strength before the fortified position of Namur at the confluence of the Sambre and Meuse rivers until 20 August.
Alright, we are currently at 16.4 gigabytes used. Keep an eye on that. Last time it kept crashing around 17. Oh, you just know something that I just thought of. Because I'm going to all the different airports, my actual travel distance is going to be actually multiple times around the equator. I mean, hell, even that initial South America to the top of Canada, that is a hell of a long distance. Right? So, I'm now wondering how much distance I actually traveled in the UK alone. Because if I had just, like, followed the coastline like my original plan was going to be, I'd probably be in Africa by now. But I don't know. Personally, again, this is a me thing, but I'm more enjoying this going to all the airports because it's allowing me to kind of get an idea of this is where I am in the world, this is the thing I found. I can now go to a map and be like, oh, I now know where Spa is actually at, right? Like, I now have a general idea of where in Belgium it is. And to me, that that's something that I can't really get any other way. So it's allowing me to kind of get a much better idea of where all these towns are. So like, if somebody comes in, how can you add weapons on a Typhoon? If it is a third-party aircraft, that would have to be something they give. Microsoft Flight Sim, as far as I'm aware, does not have weapon systems, sadly. I don't know if you can actually fire the weapons. I don't have the Typhoon, so I wouldn't know the exact way to do that, but that's something that the developer would have to give instructions on. So that is sadly something I cannot give help with. A lot of times, if you hit the tab button, you get the little EFB thing, and sometimes in there you have weight and balance. Essentially, this screen, where you can add components and you add the weight of whatever the bombs or missiles is. But again, I don't know. Like, again, that might be current with. I'm unaware of anybody that's made any 2024 specific aircraft. So I don't know if that is current with 2024 either. Sorry, I couldn't give you an exact answer. It's one of those things of, I don't have it, so I can't give you a good answer there.
The Tihang Nuclear Power Station is one of 2 nuclear energy production sites in Belgium and contains 3 nuclear power plants. The site is located on the bank of the Meuse River, near the village of Tihang in the Walloon province of Liège. The station is operated and majority owned by vertically integrated Belgian energy corporation Electrabel. EDF Luminous has a 50% stake in the oldest unit and a 10% stake in the 2 newest units. It employs 1,074 workers and covers an area of 75 hectares. The plant represents about 15% of Belgium's total electricity production capacity. Nuclear energy typically provides half of Belgium's domestically generated electricity and is the country's lowest cost source of power.
Nice. Alright, from here... make our turn. And this way. Next track. This next leg is another 42 miles. So this portion of the flight, there's a lot of just traveling. I'm still looking to see if there's any point of interest in between, but this area, not so much. Looks like another quarry here. Dip into the quarry. Water down there. Ooh, a little bit of a vertical drop there. Huh. Oh, I see some animals. Let's go get them. We are about 35% fuel, so I do need to start looking for an area that has some more Jet A. Volume 30. We're like, right now, we're like less than 10 feet off the ground right now. Traveling at about 140 knots. Seeing any point of interest right now. I don't see any point of interest on little nav map either. Gonna need fuel soon though. Spike there. We do a quick check. Okay, just double checking my battery status. Don't want to do that when I'm close to the ground though. I bet right here there was a tractor doing something in the field. I don't know why it registered a building there. Tractor probably was recognized as a building by the AI or something. I don't usually listen to like rap music. I definitely don't listen to rap music in other languages, so I don't know what any of this is saying. Let's see if I can find a song that I can try to recognize a little bit. Next track. I swear I've heard this song before. Volume 40. I kinda recognize this, but I swear I've heard it only in English. Cool dog. I've had some locations that when I go there, it's floating up in the air, but if I hang around the area, it loads in fully and then it snaps back down. So I don't know if that's what's going on with a lot of places, or might be a problem with the streaming data, or what, I don't know. Chili Willies, yeah, I'm using 2024 right now. Sim Update 2 Beta. It's got 14 in the version number. I think it's Beta 4. Or no, it's Sim Update 2 Beta 4, I should say. The Sim Update 2 definitely has made VR performance better, yes. However, Volume 5, there have been a lot of people complaining about issues where the game has been crashing because they've been essentially running out of video memory. I myself had some crashes today, which we have tracked back into it being a video memory issue. We think that there's just something weird going on, and we're hoping that... I think the last time Asobo put out a beta, it was like almost 2 weeks ago, so we're kind of due another one soon. Hopefully the next one will have whatever it is to fix it. So... Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, hold on. I have to pause. Cricket? Cricket. Buddy. Hey. You scared me. Yeah, you scared me. Oh my god, this cat. So, okay. From where I am, you guys can see in... There's the cat. Cricket. Oh, you want more food. That's what you want. I'm out of... I gotta open another thing. Hold on a minute, guys. Ooh. I about fell over. She moved too fast. Cricket does not like to be touched. Okay. We'll get you some food in a moment, buddy. Oh, man. Okay. Fall back into position without sitting on the control stick. Alright. So, what was I talking about? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. The cat just scared the shit out of me because... when I'm wearing the VR headset, I can still see out past my nose. Oh my god, the ads had to play right now. You've got to be shitting me. I'll tell you the story when the ads are finished, so just bear with me a minute. It's like, damn it. It's like, hi, you don't come up here much. What are you up to? Hmm? Yeah, there you go. All right. What you up to? There you go. A bunch of stuff for you. Well, damn it. Let me know when the ads are finished so I can tell the story, because, yeah. I think I have this strap a little bit too tight. Hold on a minute. This thing should cup the back of your skull, and then, and only then, you tighten the top strap. Because then it puts the load on your head up here instead of trying to squeeze your head. Okay. So, very clearly, they have military bases are super low res. That is on purpose. So let's land here. Bev Shane Air Base. Where is fuel? Why did it give me taxi lines? That's crazy. Birds. There's fuel. Okay, top off on fuel. Good to go. All right, have the ads finished. The ads have. Okay, so as you guys can kind of see with my VR headset, when you're wearing the VR headset, you can still see past your nose, and that's I'm using that to literally look down my nose to see my chat screen, to see Twitch and YouTube chat, right? Well, because I can see past that, I can also see animals that are crawling around the base of my desk, and Cricket must have gone over there because I saw something move, and because I was in the middle of, you know, seeing that out of my peripheral vision, but I was flying the helicopter at the time, I thought something was below the helicopter, and that's why I was like looking around. I was like, what the hell was that thing? And then I realized it was the cat. So that's my story. All right. Picking back up. Light on the skids, and up we go. Get back on our route. Make sure we don't hit the building. Volume 30. Hold on, I gotta do something dumb now. Volume 10. I gotta see if I have to see if a specific song even exists on Spotify. Hold on. Dang it, they don't have it. How are the cats? They're in general okay. Cricket has been getting a lot better with not being a pain in the ass. You know, letting me touch her. She's a very skittish cat. My grandmother is checking with her friends if they have any kittens or whatever. I'm gonna try to get a couple kittens in the future, but then that way I'll have my own cat again. Or cats, to say plural. Trying to get 2 so they have each other to kind of grow up with. But I don't know. We'll see. Volume 30. So, we're now flying over a little bit of photogrammetry. So this is a little bit more accurate visual of what is actually in the area, building-wise. You can see how the height map data for the river is a lot better. Problem is, we do get the clumps where the trees are, as you can kind of see below us right there. But the buildings are, at least from this height, look really good. More accurate for the church there. So yeah, the buildings below us right now are not autogen scenery, that is actually photogrammetry. So literally an aircraft flying overhead is putting out a laser grid as it flies and taking pictures at the same time. And they do that, fly in a grid formation, they gather all this 3D data. And you can see like these rows of hedges here were all picked up and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what town we're near. Must be a pretty major one to be photogrammetry though. I should say I do have a mod that cleans up a lot of the trees, though. Let's just say, for example, Microsoft Flight Sim might sit there and say this group of thing right here is trees and just populate it with trees. The mod that I have says, no, that's farmland, and then actually clears out the trees from it, so it makes it look better. But it makes it so the trees are sporadic like this, which I think looks really nice. Oh yeah, we're definitely, I think this is Brussels? Right? Yeah. Brussels air heli up ahead. So yeah, that's why we're in photogrammetry now, is we're literally in the Brussels urban area. Now again, at this height, it looks absolutely fine. When you get low, it looks like trash. Well, it appears to be a graveyard here. Wait, no, is that a graveyard? I can't tell. Volume 5. So you can see as we get lower, the terrain, the buildings at this level look kind of bad. All these images are taken from an airplane a few thousand feet up in the air. Right? Again, it looks really good a few thousand feet up in the air. It doesn't look so good when you're right next to it. And this is where you get a lot of people complaining, because they're like, why does everything look like melted ice cream? That's kind of just how photogrammetry is. It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, but the moment you start going up, you get to about right here, and you're like, that actually doesn't look that bad. I mean, this is a flight simulator. You're supposed to be flying. That being said, I am the kind of person that is like, I can't fly super low, because then I looks like melted ice cream. But to me, this is cool, because like you can look out, and you can kind of see the terrain loading in a little bit of the detail. Like over here, everything looks very blue and gray. Let's descend a little bit. I mean, I guess this area is blue and gray. Maybe. But it's detailed enough where it was able to pick up the vents that are on the ceiling of the buildings and stuff like that. I mean, it works okay. But you can also see the trees to our right and left, because it just picked up the leaves. They're just lumps. Whatever's in the middle of that roundabout is just a lump. Whatever trees were in the middle, it didn't pick up the branches. It's just floating geometry. It is one of the limitations, but again, one of those drawbacks. All right. Oh, we have a lot of point of interest over here. Pause music. Pause music. Pause music. That was weird. I was getting an audio alert for traffic, and I don't see any traffic on my map. But see, this is where I think the photogrammetry really shines. You look out now, and if you were here in Brussels, this is what it would look like. From this altitude, it's hard to tell. I mean, you're getting all the custom textures of the buildings, and it looks decent from this altitude. Now, I should say, if I look to my right and you have this big, giant, blurry mess here, guarantee you that's a military base. It's one of those
Brussels, or Dutch, Brussels, officially the Brussels Capital Region, is a region of Belgium comprising, including the city of Brussels, which is the capital of Belgium. The Brussels Capital Region is located in the central portion of the country and is a part of both the French community of Belgium and the Flemish community, but is separate from the Flemish region and the Walloon region. Brussels is the most densely populated and the richest region in Belgium in terms of GDP per capita. It covers 162 square kilometers, a relatively small area compared to the two other regions, and has a population of over 1.2 million. The 5 times larger metropolitan area of Brussels comprises over 2.5 million people, which makes it the largest in Belgium. It is also part of a large conurbation extending towards Ghent, Antwerp, Leuven, and Walloon-Brabant, home to over 5 million people. Brussels grew from a small rural settlement on the River Sena to become an important city region in Europe. Since the end of the Second World War, it has been a major center for international politics and home to numerous international organizations, politicians, diplomats, and civil servants. Brussels is the de facto capital of the European Union, as it hosts a number of principal EU institutions, including its administrative, legislative, executive, political, and legislative branches. Its name is sometimes used metonymically to describe the EU and its institutions. The Secretariat of the Benelux and headquarters of NATO are also located in Brussels. As the economic capital of Belgium and one of the top financial centers of Western Europe with Euronext Brussels, it is classified as an Alpha Global City. Brussels is a hub for rail, road and air traffic, sometimes earning the moniker Crossroads of Europe. The Brussels Metro is the only rapid transit system in Belgium. In addition, both its airport and railway stations are the largest and busiest in the country. Historically Dutch-speaking, Brussels saw a language shift to French from the late 19th century. The Brussels Capital Region is officially bilingual in French and Dutch, even though French is now the lingua franca with over 90% of the inhabitants being able to speak it. Brussels is also increasingly becoming multilingual. English is spoken as a second language by nearly a third of the population, and many migrants and expatriates speak other languages as well. Brussels is known for its cuisine and gastronomy, as well as its historical and architectural landmarks. Some of them are registered as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Main attractions include its historic Grand Place, Monarchin Peace, Atomium, and cultural institutions such as La Monnaie/de Munt and the Museums of Art and History. Due to its long tradition of Belgian comics, Brussels is also hailed as a capital of the comic strip. The Atomium is a landmark building in Brussels, originally constructed for the 1958 Brussels World's Fair. It is located on the Hazel Plateau, where the exhibition took place. It is now a museum designed by the engineer André Waterkeen and architects André
it shouldn't
and
have all
Jean
these
Perlin.
trees here.
It stands 102 meters tall. Its 9 18 meters diameter stainless steel-clad spheres are connected, so that the whole forms the shape of a unit cell of an alpha ion crystal magnified 165 billion times. Tubes of 3 meters diameter connect the spheres along the 12 edges of the cube and all 8 vertices to the center. They enclose stairs, escalators, and an elevator to
Oh,
allow
that
access
thing.
to the 5 habitable spheres, which contain exhibit halls and other public spaces. The top sphere includes a restaurant which has a panoramic view of Brussels.
I was like, what are you
This
talking
site
about?
is served by Hazel/Heysel Metro Station on Line 6 of the Brussels Metro.
So now this is an actual custom 3D model they made for this building. This is not photogrammetry. Now you can kind of see though, is if you look down, you can see the texture of the satellite image and then the 3D models on top of that. That's a crazy building. Oh, they actually have a proper reflection map on it too. That's cool. I don't want to get too close in case the 3D-ness of the bounding box doesn't exist either. And what is this? This is a Mini Europe miniature park. What? Oh, okay. So it's like different areas have different themes of different countries. Okay. That made me jump.
H2O. Gatorade. H2O.
Water sucks. It really, really sucks.
Dietrich, hope you're doing well today, dude. Now, the other problem that we have is that all these things are so close to each other, I can't get the audio thing to trigger all of them. So... yeah, it's not playing those. Again, I don't know what this building is. It's really freaking big, though. It's got a big parking lot nearby. I mean, I'm guessing it's a convention center. The way that it's laid out, it looks very convention center-esque. Do they... is this the building they do? No, Gamescom is in Germany, isn't it? It's gotta be a convention center, though. Sure looks like one. See, again, it's most likely... you have multiple convention center halls and then hotels nearby. Especially with the stadium nearby too. This entire area is set up for that kind of thing, I think. This might be the convention center. Those might just be hotels. Again, not entirely sure. It is a convention center. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's continue that away. Not really getting the things to play, annoyingly.
The King Baudouin Stadium is a sports ground in northwest Brussels, Belgium. Located in the Hazel section of the Brussels municipality, it was built to embellish the Hazel Plateau in view of the 1935 Brussels International Exposition. It was inaugurated on the 23rd of August 1930, with Crown Prince
1930.
Leopold attending the opening ceremony. The stadium hosted 70,000 at the time. A wooden track for cycling races was later added around the pitch. The original name was Jubilee Stadium because it was inaugurated days after Belgium's 100th anniversary, with an unofficial Belgium-Netherlands football match. In 1946, the stadium was renamed Hazel Stadium, after its neighborhood. The Hazel Stadium hosted European Cup finals in 1958, 1966, 1974, and 1985 and Cup Winners' Cup finals in 1964, 1976 and 1980. The highest attendance at a European game was over 66,000 in 1958.
Yeah, see, this entire area seems like it's made for the convention center. Looks like you have a lot of possible hotels over here. And again, very easy access to the convention center. Oh. Wind there. Alright, let's make our way over this way. We'll be getting over to there in a little bit. It's kind of a weird loop around. Let's go to Riverian Castle. Gashorin. That I can very clearly see as a custom building. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Hold on.
The National Basilica of the Sacred Heart is a Roman Catholic minor basilica and parish church in Brussels, Belgium. The church is dedicated to the Sacred Heart, inspired by the Basilique du Sacré-Cœur in Paris. Symbolically, King Leopold II laid the first stone of the basilica in 1905 during the celebrations of the 75th anniversary of Belgian independence.
A little bit of lag.
The construction was halted by the two world wars and finished only in 1969. Belonging to the Metropolitan Archbishopric of Mechelen-Brussels, it is one of the 10 largest Roman Catholic churches by area in the world.
That is
located
huge.
in a park Elizabeth atop the Kokelberg Hill at the border between Brussels-Kokelberg and Hanshoren municipalities, the church is popularly known as the Kokelberg Basilica. The massive brick and concrete reinforced church features two thin towers and a green copper dome that rises 89 meters above the ground, dominating Brussels' northwestern skyline. It is served by Simonis metro station on lines 2 and 6 of the Brussels Metro.
It's a really big building. I am not entirely sure, but I don't think the cross on the top is supposed to be glowing red like that. That's just my personal opinion, but yeah, I don't think it's supposed to do that. Alright, continuing on. Yeah, like that other location, it's a little bit weird because the point of interest, sometimes they trigger, sometimes they don't. If you have multiple triggers next to each other, one will trigger, one won't. It's weird. We can go get one of these. See, that right there, that looks like another custom building.
The Collegiate Church of St. Peter and St. Guido is a Roman Catholic collegiate church located in the center of Anderlecht, a municipality of Brussels, Belgium. It is dedicated to St. Peter and St. Guy, the patron saint of the Anderlecht. The church, in Brabantine Gothic style, was built between the 14th and 16th centuries above an earlier Romanesque crypt. Partially attributed to the Flemish architect Jan van Rysbroek, it is a notable illustration of late medieval architecture in Brussels. Its neo-Gothic spire dates from the 19th century. The complex was designated a historic monument in 1938. The church is located on the northern side of the Place de la Vaillance/Dapperheidsplein, not far from Erasmus House, the old beguinage of Anderlecht and the Constant van den Stok Stadium.
Yeah. Photogrammetry, so it's not the sharpest. Here's the stadium they were just talking about. Grass inside currently looks dead. I'm not exactly sure with that yet. Again, might have been picture might have been taken during fall or something. some kind of power plant thing over there. It's a power plant or an Amazon data center or something. I don't know. Maybe those don't get that hot. Yeah, see, there's some weird thing going on where some of the grass looks completely dead. Other times it's green. I don't know. Interesting looking building. Next track. Volume 30. Pause
The
music.
St. Peter's Leu Tower, sometimes called the VRT Torren, although there are several by that name, is a 302-meter tall freestanding tower at St. Peter's Leu, on the outskirts of Brussels, Belgium, built between 1991 and 1994. It is the tallest freestanding structure in Belgium. The tower's location, southwest of Brussels, was chosen for its central location in Belgium and to minimize hindrance to Brussels Airport beyond the opposite end of the city. The tower is owned by Noordkring België. After its construction, it emerged that the tower was built illegally due to irregularities in the building permits. There were complaints against it as locals feel the unpainted concrete is an eyesore, and it has even been suggested that the tower may be demolished. In April 2007, the irregularities were straightened out and the tower has retroactively acquired the legal permit to be built.
Oh, wow. They didn't have permission to build it. Whoops. That kind of sucks. I don't think the real one has these wires going from it. I think the sim placed a tower down and the tower automatically adds the wires. I don't think it has wires in real life. To be a freestanding tower, it wouldn't have that. And yeah, that sucks for the, like, they didn't get permission to build it. Wow. Pause music. Oh, man. Volume 40. Like, I'm curious what this is. I mean, it's very clearly some kind of medieval building. Surrounded by a moat. Part of it looks like it's in ruins, but we don't have any kind of thing above it, sadly. Yeah, nobody put a point of interest on that area on the radio map. Interesting. So now the question is, what's over here? Sanyan Forest? Sanayan Forest? Probably get a pronunciation here in a moment. Oh, shoot.
The Sonian Forest, or
Pause,
Sonian Wood, is
music.
a 4,421 hectare forest at the southeast edge of Brussels, Belgium. It stretches out over the 3 Belgian regions. There are some contiguous tracts of privately held forest and the Kapuschenbos, the Capuchin Wood, which belongs to the Royal Trust. As of 2017, the Sonian Forest has been inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the only Belgian component to the multinational inscription Primeval Beech Forests of the Carpathians and other regions of Europe. The forest is part of the scattered remains of the ancient Silva Carbonaria or charcoal forest. Today the forest consists mainly of European beeches and oaks. Several trees are more than 200 years old, dating from the Austrian period.
Okay. That's cool. I'm glad that they have protections against that being cut down too. Alright, back into town. Back into the city. I see a football field down there. I see a couple football fields. That one right there, and that one over there. I think that's a building? Oh, it's definitely a building. Not sure what that is. But yeah, as you can see, the photogrammetry from this altitude looks absolutely fine. If you're doing what, 99% of people do in Flight Sim, which is, get into a 747 and go and land it somewhere, like, it's not going to be an issue. For me, where I'm getting really close to the ground, it's a little bit more of an issue, but again, still works well. Alright, so let's see, what's the next point? Prison.
The SU2 prison is an active prison in Brussels, Belgium. The vast, neo-medieval style complex was designed by the architect Joseph Jonas Dumont and built between 1878 and 1884 by the architect François Dare. The prisons were designed on the basis of the theses of Anglo-Saxon criminologists and developed by Edouard du Pichot, who was responsible for the plans of many Belgian prisons. The system applied prescribes an arrangement of spaces allowing for optimal surveillance of all inmates from a central point. The prison has 5 wings that radiate out from a central core, with the kitchen, bakery, infirmary and laundry rooms in between, linked to the center by a long corridor.
Okay. It's kind of neat how the photogrammetry, it picked up the wall around everything too.
The Tour du Midi or Zuidertron, both meaning South Tower, is a 38-story, 148 meters skyscraper constructed between 1962 and 1967 in Brussels, Belgium. The tower is the tallest building in Belgium, and was the tallest in the European Economic Community when it was built until it was surpassed by Tour Montparnasse in Paris in 1972. Tour du Midi stands adjacent to Brussels South Railway Station. The building's facade was reclad in 1995 to 1996 with unitized glass panels using double glass Solabel silver, and it can accommodate about 2,500 office workers.
So just a random tall building. Like, you would expect, like, the tall buildings would all be next to each other. This one's just, like, by itself out here.
The Town Hall of the City of Brussels is a landmark building in Brussels, Belgium. It is located on the famous Grand Place, opposite the neo-Gothic King's House or Bread House building, housing the Brussels City Museum. Erected between 1401 and 1455, the Town Hall is the only remaining medieval building of the Grand Place and is considered a masterpiece of Civil Gothic architecture and more particularly of Brabantine Gothic. Its three classicist rear wings date from the 18th century. It is also listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, as part of the square.
So they've got that. That is a custom building. Right next to it is a photogrammetry of a Ferris wheel. Okay. I saw another Ferris wheel back that way. Where did it go? So you have that Ferris wheel over there, and then there was another one. As I was approaching from this building, I saw another. There it is. Like, I know I saw another one. They've got a couple Ferris wheels visible from this area. Raised train tracks. Alright, where to next? And sadly, we're getting a lot of photogrammetry detail here, so we're not really getting super high detail buildings, but we still should be able to get the lore on it, the history of it.
Le Botanique or Cruituin is a cultural complex and music venue in Saint-Just-ten-Noode, Brussels. The building was previously the main orangery of the National Botanic Garden of Belgium, created in 1826. A first plant garden had existed since the French rule of Belgium in 1797, at a different location, along Brussels' First Wall, in the Hôtel de Nassau. In 1958, the National Botanic Garden of Belgium moved to Mies, outside of Brussels. Le Botanique opened in 1984, and the gardens in front are now the Botanical Garden of Brussels. Residence Brusilia is a curved building in the Schaerbeek district of Brussels,
the hard part
Belgium,
is finding these.
Next to Josefot Park. It was designed by the Belgian architect Jacques Cuisinier and built from 1970 to 1974. At 35 stories and 100 meters tall, it remained the tallest all-residential building in Belgium until the 142 meters tall tower was completed in Brussels in 2014. Originally, the building was supposed to be double the width.
Priscilla.
The left half was built first, together with the foundations of the right half, but the right tower was postponed sine die because of the first oil crisis.
I don't know where that is. Oh no, right there. It's that building. We were looking at that earlier. We couldn't get it to actually trigger the audio bit. Now we're way over here and it triggers? That's weird.
The Parc du Cinquantenaire or Jubelpark is a large public, urban park of 30 hectares in the easternmost part of the European Quarter in Brussels, Belgium. Most buildings of the U-shaped complex which dominate the park were commissioned by the Belgian government under the patronage of King Leopold II for the 1880 National Exhibition commemorating the 50th anniversary of Belgian independence. During successive exhibitions in the same area, more structures were added. The centerpiece Triumphal Arch was erected in 1905, replacing a previous temporary version of the arcade by Gédéon Bourdieu. The structures were built in iron, glass and stone, symbolizing the economic and industrial performance of Belgium. The surrounding 30 hectares park esplanade was full of picturesque gardens, ponds and waterfalls. It housed several trade fairs, exhibitions and festivals at the beginning of the century. In 1930, the government decided to reserve the Cinquantenaire for use as a leisure park. The Royal Military Museum has been the sole tenant of the northern half of the complex since 1880. The southern half is occupied by the Art and History Museum and Auto World Vintage Car Museum. The Temple of Human Passions by Victor Orta, a remainder from 1886, and the Great Mosque of Brussels from 1978, are located in the northwestern corner of the park. Line 1 of the Brussels Metro and the Belliard Tunnel from Rue de la Loire/Wetstra pass underneath the park, the latter partly in an open section in front of the arch. The nearest metro stations are Schumann to the west of the park, and Merode immediately to the east.
So I'm slightly confused. I do see the road that passes through here, but I don't see where the road comes out at. Oh no, never mind. I see where the road comes out at. Never mind. I can't see it because it's directly below me. Ooh, I'm getting a little bit of lag now. And then suddenly it goes away. Weird. I wonder what this big building is. It looks military. Like an old military building. Or a school. It might be a school. Alright, so let me see if I can do this again. So here, the center road goes right down this. And you would see the arch, but then you would go underground, go underneath all of this, technically go underneath the arch, and then you would pop out again for a little bit, be like, oh look, sunlight, and then go right back underground again, to then come out over here. Like, that part of the road is very clearly a, we need to get you from here to here as quick as possible. We're just gonna go through all this stuff. Kind of neat, but yeah. Alright, let's get out of here. None of the other things are triggering, so keep going. Next track. What is that? Okay. See a bunch of microwave communication devices on top, but probably have a restaurant up there too, right? Most of the times, if they have a big tower like that, they tend to do that. So again, the reason why the terrain is blurry here is because it is military. Bing Maps has a lot of military sites that are, they're all blurred out. And you can see there's some weird height map data. So it looks like you have giant holes in the ground. World War II flak towers repurposed for communications. That's what, yeah, kinda, yeah. Probably what it is. Wait a minute. We found our final point.
In 2019,
Pause music.
more than 26 million passengers arrived or departed at Brussels Airport, making it the 24th busiest airport in Europe. It is
Getting a little bit of
located
stutters
in the
here.
municipality of Zaventem in the province of Flemish Brabant in the Flemish region of Belgium. It is home to around 260 companies, together directly employing 20,000 people, and serves as the home base for Brussels Airlines and TUI Fly Belgium. The company operating the airport is known as the Brussels Airport Company NVSA. Before the 19th of October 2006, the name was BIAC, which was created by Belgian law through a merger of BAT with the ground operations departments of the RLW/RVA. Since 2011, the airport has been owned by the Toronto-based Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, Macquarie Group, and the Belgian state. On the 22nd of March 2016, the airport's departures hall was severely damaged by 2 terrorist bomb blasts. The airport was closed until the 3rd of April 2016, when it reopened with temporary facilities at less than 20% of its previous capacity. It has since returned to full operations, with a record of 90,000 passengers on the 29th of July 2016. The origins of Brussels Airport at Zaventem date back to 1940, when the German occupying force claimed 600 hectares of agricultural fields reserved as a backup airfield. There the Luftwaffe established Fliegerhorst Melsbroek and constructed 3 runways in the shape of a triangle: runway 0220, runway 07L/25R and runway 1230. The airport buildings were constructed in the nearby municipality of Melsbroek and not of Zaventem, which is why the airfield was known to the locals as Melsbroek. There is an urban legend that the site of the airport was chosen by the Germans after asking locals where to build it. The Belgians then pointed to this location as it was often foggy. After the liberation on the 3rd of September 1944, the German infrastructure of Melsbroek fell into the hands of the British. When the old civilian airport in Harren became too small, the Belgian authorities decided to use the aerodrome at Melsbroek for the new national airport. By 1948, a new
Where should we build the airport? Over there, where it's foggy.
Building. In the same year, the lengths of both runways 0220 and 07L/25 were increased to 1,200 meters and 2,450 meters respectively, whereas 1230 remained at 1,300 meters. The civil aerodrome of Melsbroek was officially opened by Prince Charles, Count of Flanders, the Prince Regent, on the 20th of July 1948. From 1948 to 1956, many more buildings and facilities were erected, mostly on the Melsbroek side of the site. In 1955, a railway line from Brussels city centre to the airport was constructed. The line was officially opened by King Baudouin on the 15th of May 1955.
So they did say that 07 left was one of the original runways. So I'm wondering if the original triangle layout was maybe like that. I mean, it would make sense, right? You know what? I bet you the original route was here, and then this taxiway lines up with that over there, or that right there. So it was probably a big triangle like that, and then over time they've lengthened the runways. They've made another one over there. And then they kind of determined that this runway was not really used because of prevailing winds, and ended up just having the 1, 2, 3 runways, and that's it. Most likely, that's what it looks like to me, at least. That's funny as shit, though. Wow. Yeah, a little bit passive aggressive. Where's a good place to build this airport? Over there, where it's foggy. Fog's excellent for aircraft, right? Lets you not see the ground. So, when I was making the statement about final point, yes, this is our final point on my current route. So, this red area looks like a good place to land. All right. Rolling down, horn off. All right, so let's see what's up. I'm going to pause the game real quick. We are going to pull that up because I think I'm actually done flying today. What we need to do now, however, is figure out our next route. So, OBS. Display capture. All right, so essentially, when we first got to France, crossed the English Channel from Dover to France, our route from that took us all around all this stuff, and we made our way along the border of France and Belgium, back and forth and all over the place. And you can see how we collected a lot of point of interest. And we made it down here right until we got almost to Switzerland. We didn't quite hit Switzerland, but you can kind of see when I zoom out, that's about the halfway point of Europe, right? So now, from here, we're going to plot a new course where we're going to kind of go back out towards the coast. And what we need to start doing is kind of, I think what I'm going to end up doing is we're going to follow this up the coast. Ooh, let's actually do that. Let's, for our next part of the course, let's follow this out to the coastline and then make our way kind of up the coast and then follow this barrier island. Because that is, yeah, that's like the entirety of the Netherlands. So then let's kind of get everything up until we hit that point where Germany, Denmark kind of area is. Because no, Denmark is up here. Sorry, I am an ignorant American. One of the reasons why I'm doing this flight is to try to become less ignorant about geography. Bear with me one moment because I need to check something. Yeah, Denmark is touching Germany, so there is literally a large portion from like here over is still Germany. Okay, so I think what my plan is going to be is we're going to try to plot a route, come up this way, and then essentially this outer island area, we're going to kind of fill it up, collect all these point of interest, see all the cool shit, and then fly along these barrier islands up until we get to the Netherlands-Germany border. Then we're going to kind of complete the barrier islands and then turn around. From there, we'll grab a couple airports along the coast as we make our way back, and then we will start again with the back and forth kind of filling up this next area. Because as you can see, all these little question marks, I mean, that's a lot. You can kind of see right here, there's not much. I take that back, zoom in, and you get a couple airports. We'll have to, I'll try to get the airports and then figure out and make sure that we're stopping at all these point of interest. Because there are a lot of point of interest here. A lot of things on the coastline here. But I think we'll actually do that next time I stream, is start off with the plotting of the course so we can kind of get an idea of where we're going. So, yeah. Oh my god, though. Ugh. It was a nice flight. Nice weather today. Here's a question for you all. If I go to Sky Vector, one of the biggest problems with Sky Vector is mainly the US. There's not a lot of information. Like, it's very basic information for anywhere else, and it has absolutely nothing for weather over in Europe. Is there anybody that is from Europe that knows of any site that is like Sky Vector by chance? And or weather? Because, like, the only things that I have, let me do this now. Okay, so bear with, okay, I'll move that over while I open up some other windows here. Got that website, got that website, and that website. Okay, so let's do this. So, for example, this website is Sky Vector. Okay. Again, this one is a lot more focused on the US. You can zoom in and you get all the maps and everything like that, right? Enigma, yeah, we've been dipping our toes into Germany right now. See, like, for example, this is a TFR, temporary flight restriction. Temporary freight. Let me click on it. Notice to airman, number, issue date, January 27th. Wait, what? That's way out of date. Why is that even showing? This website is, like, live right now. I don't know why. No, effective 4/29, 2340 Zulu for a baseball game. Braves at Rockies will be live in 8 hours. So, surface to 3,000 feet above ground level, you're not allowed to have aircraft in it. It's one of those things, they don't want people flying near the stadiums when the game is happening. Because people have attempted to watch a game from an aircraft. And then down here, for example, this is a big one. VIP. VIP. Given that this is so large, what is that? Stadium, Tuscaloosa. I have no idea what game is playing on the 1st of May. But the reason why it's so large, it's making me think that president or vice president are going to go to that one. So, these ones up here, the reason why I'm highlighting this one, notice how this one's red. That one's around Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. does have a lot of flight restrictions. You can still fly into it when you have permission from ATC, but there's a lot of stuff with that. Same thing with up here. What's going up on in What is going on here? Detroit. Live in 3 hours. Is there something going on in Detroit today? See if there's a game or something. I don't know. Other things too, if you look at this, just the colors. Red, really bad weather. You don't want to be there right now, right? Blue, starting to get there, but red, no. That place is essentially shut down. But again, we zoom in here now. See the difference between US and Canada, for example? Like the amount of detail drops off drastically outside the US. I'm just wondering if anybody knows of any website that is like this except for Europe. Because where we stopped today is like right there. Brussels National. So that's the airport that we just landed at. You can actually see the layout there. You've got all the restricted areas. The yellow is essentially just telling you where the buildings mostly are. And these lines show you from surface to 1,500, 15,000 feet essentially. That's controlled airspace. 15,000 to flight level 19,000. Like it's like think of an upside down wedding cake. It gets bigger as you go up. Like this airspace can look busy as shit. It all makes sense. It looks chaotic. You're literally talking about like this block here is 2,500 up to flight level 14.5. So 14,500, right? Me being a helicopter, if I go below 2,500 feet, uncontrolled airspace, I'm good to go. I don't have to worry about shit, right? But then I get into this, and that's surface to 2,500. So I got to get permission to go in there, for example, right? In Europe, you have every single country doing their own thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's got to be some way for pilots to get that information. I'm just wondering if there's something that I'm missing to get that. I know the US one, a lot of it is what's the word? It's a government entity, but here's the information. They just give it out to everybody. Oh, and here's the other thing too. So this is aviationweather.gov. I was watching this like a hawk the other day, watching this big storm wreck my area. But this is a prognostic chart. It's essentially a prediction on what's going to happen. I think it's broken down into 6 hour. So yeah. This is current as of 10 a.m. time.
11:03.
So this is an hour ago. This is 6 hours ahead. So 1 p.m., 7 p.m. It's 6 hour chunks. 18 hours, 24 hours, 36, 48, 72. As you get further ahead, you can kind of get an idea of what the weather's going to do, but yeah. The other thing that I like using is Van Dusky, which this website is really nice. It's probably going to kill the renderer, but kind of see this big high pressure zone here, low pressure zone going the other way. You can kind of get an idea of what is happening with the weather right now. And it doesn't really show the airports, sadly, so you kind of have to. There's Brussels right there. And the wind is kind of going this way. The air at surface is 23 Celsius. Here's the wind speed. Can I get it to show it in? It doesn't show it in knots. But you can kind of see how, like, the wind speed along the coastline is a little bit faster because there's no trees and stuff to slow the wind down. Right? It's kind of an interesting thing. You can see here the high pressure area. So the air is real heavy and it's descending from the high altitude, and it's going out and around, or no, it kind of comes down and spreads out, but because of Coriolis, because the Earth is spinning, it kind of has that rotation to it. So yeah, it kind of is circulating this way. Low pressure kind of goes the other way. Kind of see one over here. So here's a low pressure zone. Right? I'm sorry, high pressure's going up, low pressure is coming down. My bad. I'm getting those backwards. Does the new game have real-time weather? Oh yeah, they use real-time weather for several iterations. I think even FSX had that. But essentially what happens is that all these little airports have these, essentially a weather station, and what my understanding on what the flight sim does is it goes, okay, this weather station is at this latitude, longitude coordinate. And then it goes, okay, this weather station over here is at this latitude, longitude. And let's say the wind direction is slightly different between the two, right? Well, as you're flying, it will then blend those two together. So if you're halfway, the wind direction, like if this one's blowing this way and this one's blowing this way, well, at the halfway point, it'll be combining them together, right? If this is 20 knots and this is 10 knots, well, that's about 15 knots. They kind of, they know that the wind is doing this at these locations, and then it kind of, as you're going between it, it just does that with the wind. And then, of course, a lot of these fancy weather stations have a thing where it literally has a camera that faces up into the sky, and it can determine this is a cloud, this is empty sky. And from that, they can go, oh, I have now taken a picture of the sky, and we have 80% coverage. And then the game will try to make a cloud pattern that has 80% coverage. So it tries to kind of mimic what it looks like. It's not going to be like this cloud exists in real life, so therefore it's going to exist in the sim. It's going to essentially do its best guess. I think there is a little bit of procedural generation in it, in the way where if this person has this random generated number that creates this cloud, everybody gets that. So my cloud will match your cloud. So if you see a gap in a cloud, I'll see that same gap. That is one of the nice things with procedural generation. From there, it just goes, oh, this is 80% coverage, and then we see the same cloud, even though that might not be an exact duplicate of the cloud in real life. It kind of mimics what is going on at that point. They talked about this during before the game was released. They were talking about they were still working on it, but there is a CFD, or computational fluid dynamic simulation, for the aircraft. Essentially, oh, turn this back on. Okay, so if I have the aircraft here, put this back on real quick. Helicopter's still technically running. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. So, if I go to external view and I turn computational fluid dynamics on, okay, all these little swirls and everything is literally the game doing calculations on how the air is affecting the helicopter, okay? For example, if I do left pedal, see how it's affecting the tail rotor, right? If I relax it versus if I do right pedal. See, now I'm really speeding up the air and I'm getting that big trail right there, right? Relax it, kind of goes away. If I bring this down, and we've got it where we're not we're not taking off yet, but if I add collective, see how now the rotor is sucking more air into the top and it's pushing that air down, right? I pull more and more collective, it's trying to pull more and more air through that rotor disc, right? I relax it, and the air goes away because we're not pulling air down, right? This is computational fluid dynamics. It's constantly doing that with the body of the helicopter, the rotor of the helicopter, with airplanes, the props, the body, whatever, the wing shape, all that kind of stuff. One of the things that they were talking about is they want to, in the future, it was something they were working on, but they want to do a computational fluid dynamics simulation on the terrain. And for me, being a helicopter pilot, that is fucking awesome, because you don't realize this, but even just the wind spilling off of a building nearby, that will disturb a helicopter trying to hover and land near a hangar, for example. But it'll be nice to have it actually go, oh, this is what the actual weather stations are seeing, and from there they do the computational fluid dynamics on the terrain, and then you get better accurate weather effects near the ground, which will be awesome. Like that bit, I cannot wait to see that. That just sounds awesome as hell. Alright, we're going to shut this thing down. We're going to turn that off, flip the cover up, turn the engine off, and pull the rotor brake. We've just been idling the thing right here. The factor is 0.539957, so kilometers per hour to knots would be slightly more than half the digit. So it was 11 kilometers per hour, so about 22, which... Or no, hold on, half. Half the digit, sorry, my bad. So, if it was 11, then that makes sense, because the wind is reporting 11 knots. Or no, 11... No, now it's 6. The wind's gusting, essentially, right now, is what's happening. That's why it's doing that. We're just in an area where it's gusting real bad. Vandusky is a little bit more... This is the average. So... Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things of, this is just like a visual thing to kind of give you an idea of what the weather's doing. The other one is literally getting live data from the weather stations. So if it's seeing gusts, those gusts are probably happening in real life. There's probably a few seconds delay of it getting sent to this. A lot of times the weather stations, they'll get, this is what the wind is doing minimum, and it's gusting to this. And then when the sim receives that, it kind of will simulate the gust too. So that's probably what's happening. Little Nav Map does take a lot of the data from the sim, so it's literally showing the numbers from the sim, which is kind of cool. All right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to find time.
11:14.
Yeah. See, again, I suddenly have that jet lag thing going on, because I feel like it's late afternoon, but it's not where I live. So it's going to mess with my head a bit. Ooh, here's another question, guys. Who here would be interested if I were to play the Elder Scrolls 4? Don't know how many people would actually watch if I played that. I've never played that. And the reason why I'm kind of holding off with it is people have already gotten it to work in VR. So I'm considering waiting until they finish that VR mod. They're like 6 days in, and they've already got like a really well-working VR mod, which is insane to me. So, okay, I should also, let me clarify my, I never really played Oblivion. Like, I own the game, I started the game, I left the prison, I think I did the original, I got out of the sewer area, I did one single Oblivion gate, and then I never played the game again. Like, to me, I didn't really play the game, right? Many years later, I played the shit out of Skyrim. Like, I was in Japan when Skyrim released. You don't understand what I had to go through to try to play that game, because when the game released, when Skyrim released on 11/11/11, Japan was not one of the countries that had the game, and because technically I lived in Japan, I had a Japanese IP address and all that kind of stuff, I had to use a VPN to trick the game into thinking I was still in the US to even play the game. And then later on, I had to then send Valve my orders to let them know that I'm actually a military member, that I was in Japan, and they flagged my account, so no matter where I was in the world, I could still play essentially US games. It was a mess. Like, it was a cluster, but I got all that stuff now. So that is a nice thing. But it was kind of annoying to have to do at the time. I played the shit out of Skyrim, and you guys know I played Skyrim VR and everything like that. Now, Cool Dog, going back to your question, VR mod for remaster, literally the day of release, somebody already used the Unreal 5 injector to play the game in VR. And what I mean by that is you're in the game, you can look around in VR, but it was still technically a mouse and keyboard or a controller-based game. As of yesterday, they got it where you can literally use the controllers to swing your sword and block with your shield, or aim with your bow and shoot the arrow. Like, it's 90% there to being a full VR game already, because the people that have been working on it, they went full into it to get it working. The fact that, they already have, this works for Skyrim, now they're just having to get that to work with the Unreal Engine. But of course, they've already got that Unreal Injector, which already helps. Now they're just getting the movement stuff and all that stuff ready. They've already got the bow and arrow thing where, like, if you take the bow and arrow and you do this, like, you'll shoot the arrow straight up, right? I think one of the things they don't have right now is they don't have it where you can cast spells in different directions with your hands, right? I think right now when you cast a spell, it goes the direction you're looking. So that is a limitation right now, but again, give them a few days and I see them really going a lot more detail into it or something. Yeah. I think, though, guys, that is where I'm going to end my stream. Thank you all very much for hanging out. I will ask my static, my Final Fantasy XIV static, if it is okay to stream our progression tomorrow. But again, If I have a single person say, no, I don't want to be streamed, I'm not going to stream it. Other than that, oh my god, I still have so many games I need to play. I still need to play the Assassin's Creed game. We've got this Oblivion game. I'm gonna kind of wait until they get the VR mod done, because I'd like to actually play that in VR from the beginning. Because again, to me, it's a new game, right? Trying to think what I've got. So many other games. How's my sim racing going? I say that while I look over at the sim racing cockpit that's just piled up with stuff because I haven't used it. I need to. Oh my god, I need to do sim racing again at some point too. Shit. Oh god, it's. There's so many things I want to do. I've still got to do some 3D design. I got to make some new 3D model stuff so I can do... I need to get my face tracker for VR chat to swing up and out of the way so I can actually drink my drink while I'm in VR. Oh my god. Yeah, the surgeries that I had were definitely not helping, because I would have like a surgery and then I'd be like feeling like absolute trash for like weeks. The fact that I've been able to stream both yesterday and today is awesome. See, now I've got to check other shit. Hold on a minute. So let's see. Tomorrow I have Dawn Trail Static. Okay. Thursday, check and make sure my bank took out my mortgage. That's an easy one. Monday, Dawn Trail Static. Ooh, next Wednesday is going to be shit. Next Wednesday is going to suck. I am not streaming next Wednesday. Not tomorrow Wednesday, but next week Wednesday, because I am going to be put under because they're going to stick a camera down my throat. I am not going to be awake for that one. Yeah. I'm double checking to see if that is... Oh my god, I'm turning 42 next month. Holy shit. Holy crap. Not streaming the endoscopy? No. No, that would be kind of... I have a feeling there's something against Twitch terms of service or something. Somebody would report it or something. I don't know. It'd be dumb. I don't know. Alright, but guys, I think that is going to be it for me today. Again, thank you all very much for hanging out. Given that my sleep schedule is absolutely wrecked, I think I'm going to try to do another flight tomorrow morning. We'll see. Yeah, flagged as 4. Oh my god. Oh, that's so bad. That is so bad. Wow. But again, thank you all for hanging out. We'll do the plotting of the course tomorrow morning. Kind of figure out where we're going to go through Belgium and the Netherlands, and then continue the flight from there. So with that, I'm going to send you guys over to go watch Sacriel. He is currently playing a little bit of... What game is that? I have lost it. Delta Force. So guys, with that, take care, and I will see y'all later. Later, guys.